Right, thank you, Pat. I'd like to officially call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the fourth meeting for SEAC this year, the quarterly meetings. I'm going to assume that we're the first in history to never see each other in person. Every meeting we've had since July has been virtual, so I could probably run into some of you in person, and if you had your mask on, I'd have no clue who you were. So it's been great spending this time together virtually. Hopefully we can get to know each other at another time in person, but thank you for being here, and we're going to do the roll call.
Good morning, everyone. And if you will just let us know that you are here as I call your name. Keith Piney.
Here.
Mike Martin. I don't believe was going to be able to join us today. Shelley Kemper.
Here.
Sarah Schaefer. Carrie Wallace.
Here.
Thank you, Carrie. Jennifer Kuzinski. Jennifer is here, but our interpreters are not. So just so everyone knows, Jennifer is here. Marvin Miller.
Here.
Brandon Gay. Good. Here comes one of our interpreters. And here comes Brandon. Rocky Nichols or Mike Burgess. I have not seen yet, but I do know they're planning on joining us. Jennifer King.
Here.
Heidi Cornell.
Here.
Rachel Marsh. Laura Thompson. Yes. Laura is on. She must be having trouble getting unmuted. So Laura is with us. Becky Werner.
Here.
Trish Backman.
Here.
Jennifer Kurth. Leslie Gerard.
Here.
Rebecca Helgett is not able to join us today. Tina Gibson.
Here.
Troy Pitch. Amy Wagner. Deb Young. Amy Zimmerman.
Present.
Tobias Wood.
Here.
Jim Porter.
Here.
And for our regular members, Jim Porter is replacing our regular state board representative, Jim McNeese, today. Did I miss any of our members?
I'm here. I think I may have missed you earlier.
Yes, I got you just as you were entering the room. So I do have you, Brandon. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
KSDE staff, and we have some guests that I will ask to introduce themselves as we go. Bert Moore.
Here.
Laura Jurgensen.
Here.
Carrie Haig.
Here. Good morning, everyone.
Kayla Love.
Here.
Dean Zeitz will be joining us, but I don't believe he's hopped on quite yet. Stacy Martin or Wendy Coates. Okay, I know we have some other staff on. If you would just unmute and quickly introduce yourselves.
I'm Shanna Bickler. I'm the Mental Health Education Program Consultant.
Jeff Ensley, Title III and ESOL Program Consultant.
Doug Boleen, Assistant Director, Title Special Education and Title Services.
Julie Rand, I'm the 619 coordinator.
Catherine
Excellent.
Swain, SETS team.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are ready to proceed.
Welcome, everybody, and welcome, Chair Porter. It's good to see you here at SEAC with us. Next up on our agenda, we have approvals. First up is approving the agenda. Please take a moment to look over the agenda and let me know if you would like to make any changes. And if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
This is Tobias. I move to approve the agenda.
This is
Got a-
Marvin Miller. I'll vote or I'll second that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All who vote in favor, please raise a hand up on the screen so we can see it.
Our-
Offline, you can always use an emoji or those little things.
We also have a poll, so we can make this
Oh.
real quick and easy. So Kayla, can
Good.
you open that poll for us?
Let's go to the poll. That's so much easier. All right. Thank you, Pat.
You're welcome. Okay, I think we can close the poll and show the results.
Motion has been approved unanimously. Next up, we have the minutes in the email that was sent out. You should have a copy of the minutes. Please take some time to review the minutes and let me know if you feel there need to be changes. Once you feel it appears to be sufficient, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as written if you don't have changes.
This is Marvin Miller. I might suggest you check how you spell Craig's name on page 2.
Okay, thank
Unless
you.
that's the correct spelling.
I will check that before publishing.
This is Tobias. Barring any other changes, I move to approve the minutes.
This is Shelley. I second it.
Just to clarify, you guys have made a motion and second to approve the minutes with the correction of the name spelling, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Pat, if you could pop up the poll. Please vote yes to approve with the name change correction or the name correction.
And we have concluded voting. If we can see the results, thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have the time for public comment. Pat, do we have anybody who's signed up for public comment?
We do not.
Has anyone appeared for public comment that didn't let us know ahead of time?
No, they can't get the Zoom link without contacting me prior to the meeting. So the only thing they can do is watch live on YouTube.
All right. As we have no public comment, we're going to move on. Next piece of the agenda is the legislative finance update with Craig and Dee.
And we may need to give Craig just a moment. I just had an email from him and he said, I can't find the link. So he is on his way to join us.
And I think I see him popping on now, which is good because my name's on there, but it's his PowerPoint.
Seems like good timing. Craig, I do see your name on there. We are ready for you if you are ready for us. I don't know if you're really there or just appear to be there.
I get that question about whether I was really there or not all the way through high school.
And look how you turned out. It worked out okay. Good to hear.
Okay. I apologize. I realized suddenly I didn't save the Zoom link anywhere I could find it quickly. And so it took me a little while. And I do have, if I can share my screen here.
We have your PowerPoint slides, Craig, if you want to just help us move through them.
Oh, all right. I'll do that then. So just a little background, talk about legislation. And first thing, and it's not on the slide because it hadn't been completed yet when I sent them to Pat. The one item that's really important to legislators is how much money are we going to have? And there is a consensus revenue estimating group that meets twice a year. And middle of April is one of those times. So earlier this week, they met and increased revenue estimates for this year, $320 million approximately. And for next year, another 40 million, 41, I think, actually. So money is available, which they will be interested in when they return on May 3rd. They've reached first turnaround. And when they return on May 3rd, they'll be interested in that primarily because they'd like to put in place some tax cuts. And the governor vetoed the last plan that they passed. And this morning or late yesterday, she indicated that she would have an alternate tax reduction plan for them to consider when they return. So that'll be probably the primary thing on their list when they get back. Since they reached first turnaround, typically that means they've completed the majority of their work. All the big ticket items that they want to deal with and make sure they get passed have been passed through both chambers. And since K-12 education is half of the state budget, that's one of those big ticket items that they like to have done. So what you're looking at right now on the screen is their K-12 education budget that they've passed. They don't have one. They went through some maneuvers to pass the budget and it didn't quite work the way they intended. So if we can move to the next slide. What they were going to pass was Senate Bill 175. And if you follow bill numbers, which can be kind of confusing, originally it was House Bill 2119, and it contained the governor's recommended budget for education. So that the increase to the base that they agreed to at the Supreme Court, the increase in LOB state aid, capital outlay, $7.5 million for special education, which they agreed to a few years ago, all of those increases. That was included. And $7.5 million for special education, as you're probably painfully aware, will not move the needle towards 92% of excess cost. In fact, we'll lose ground a little bit. We'll be closer to 69% next year as an estimate. The bill also contained a number of policy issues, two of which dealt with providing scholarships or funding for students to attend private schools. The TCLI-SSP is tax credit for low-income student scholarship program. That's already in place, but this bill would have expanded it to make more students eligible. Every school in the state would have students eligible if they were on free or reduced price meals to earn a scholarship to attend a private school. The Student Empowerment Act would place state money in a fund monitored by the state treasurer if the student had been identified as being at risk. Not based on poverty, but academically, socially, whatever criteria a school district uses to determine that a student's at risk, that student would then be eligible to access the money that was in that fund. And that money would be the base state aid per pupil amount. So for this year, that's $4,569. And the parents could choose to use that money to pay tuition to private school. And that would be state money. That's the Student Empowerment Act. The bill also directed use of the ESSER funds, or tried to, for the State Department, and recommended use of ESSER funds for school districts, recommended that you pay a stipend. And I'll just caution everybody, because some districts have done this and a number of others are looking at it. You cannot, according to the Office of Management and Budget at the federal level, you cannot pay a bonus to employees using federal funds. Bonus meaning your board decides everybody's been working hard. We'd like to reward them. We're just going to give them $500. That's a bonus. A stipend or payment for additional duties that were created because of the pandemic can be paid with ESSER funds, but you have to be able to document what were those additional duties. Not necessarily to the nth detail, but teachers, for instance, who had to teach both remotely and in person, so they had extra planning that they had to do, extra work that they had to do. You could pay them additional funds because that was related to COVID. But you can't just make a blanket payment to every teacher. You have to be able to verify that this staff did have to do the extra work, or they had to open their classrooms earlier so that students wouldn't have to congregate en masse around the building, and you could keep smaller groups. Those kinds of additional duties can be compensated with ESSER funds because it's related to COVID. The bill also created a new funding mechanism for remote learners. Rather than funding them as a traditional brick and mortar student, we would fund them now similar to virtual students, $5,000 for full-time. No waitings, and different than virtual students, no funding for part-time remote learners. You either are full-time or you're not. Though a part-time remote learner would be funded for the portion of the time that they were in the brick and mortar school. And remote learning, if you're going to do it for an entire school, would require state board approval and can only be done in certain disaster emergencies that have been declared. So that was Senate Bill 175. It had the budget rolled into it for K-12 ed and didn't pass. It passed the House, went to the Senate, and for the sake of time, I won't explain everything they went through trying to pass that, but it failed on a 20-20 vote. 40 members in the Senate, they need 21 votes to pass it. They were 20-20 after a couple of vote changes. So a little unique there, but as a result, we don't have a funding plan for K-12 education. So if we can go to the next slide, there are a few things that were proposed for K-12 education that they took out using the funding bill, which is House Bill 2007, for the rest of state government. The House originally passed a provision that would implement a 2% across the board reduction, and that would apply to schools. Wasn't real clear if it would apply to special education funding, but good chance it would. The conference committees that met for Ways and Means and Appropriations removed that from the budget before it moved forward. So there is no longer a 2% across the board reduction. We've cleared that, at least until they return on May 3rd. On the Senate side, they were going to eliminate the increases in funding that would have been due to the Supreme Court case. So increasing the base from 4569 to 4706, increasing state aid for LOB, any of those types of increases would not be made, and instead districts would use their ESSER funds to pay for those increases. High density at risk was not going to be funded. Again, districts would need to use ESSER funds to pay for that. That was the intention. The conference committee removed that as well. So that's no longer a part of any funding package that is being presented. Next slide. Just to be aware, at one time there were at least 4 bills, may have been more, that had the 20 mil general fund levy renewed. That has to be renewed every 2 years. This is one of those years. None of those bills has passed. There is still one sitting where it could be debated on the floor, I believe, of the Senate. But since the 20 mil general fund levy raises $752 million to help fund school district general funds, they'll pass that some point in time before they leave. But just, and I say that fairly confidently, but just to be aware, it hasn't passed yet. So we don't have that piece of funding to count on at the moment. And next. Revenue neutral rate. I won't spend a lot of time on this other than to let you know your school district business manager and superintendent before this summer's over will run screaming into the night at the mere mention of revenue neutral rate. The intention of the bill is to notify taxpayers that even though the mill rate may be held steady, so we levied 52 mills last year, we're going to levy 52 mills this year. All well and good, but because your property increased in value, you are actually going to pay more taxes this year. And the legislature's intent is that local taxing entities cannot do that without informing the taxpayers that that's what's happening. A number of people that pay attention to their own taxes already know that, but they need to be specifically informed. So there are a number of problems with making that happen around the timelines. June 15th, the county clerk will tell the school district, here's what your mill rate has to be in order to levy the same amount of taxes this year as you did last year. So the county clerk has to know what the estimated assessed valuation is for the coming year. By July 20th, the district has to notify the county clerk if they're going to exceed that revenue neutral rate. Our mill rate's going to be higher than that, and what it will be. So that means there's a major portion of the budget that you have to have done by July 20th. That's going to push some school districts, most of them, in order to hit that timeline. Think about it. School districts don't even get their final state aid payment for the prior year until July 6th or 7th. And now by July 20th, they've got to know that portion of their budget for the rest of the year, for the coming year. The county clerk then notifies each individual taxpayer of what their individual taxes are going to be. They can't send out a form letter. It's got to be specific to each taxpayer. In order to allow time for that to happen, the district cannot have their hearing to exceed the revenue neutral rate before August 20th. So the district has to publish, we're going to exceed the revenue neutral rate, wait at least 10 days and have a hearing. And that hearing cannot happen before August 20th. and must happen before September 20th. So they got 1 month to get that hearing in. And September 20th becomes the new date to submit the budget. So those timelines, that July 20th in particular, is going to be problematic for some districts. And if we go to the next slide, I won't go through all these numbers. What this is telling you is that the way the bill defines the calculation for the revenue neutral rate, two things. One, school districts will almost always exceed the revenue neutral rate. And two, it's not actually a revenue neutral rate for school districts. If you implement the mill rate that the county clerk tells you you have to, you're going to raise less money next year. And the reason is because of the general fund. There are two assessed valuations in a school district. The general fund has a lower assessed valuation than the total because the first $20,000 of residential property is exempt for the general fund. You may or may not be aware, on your house, the first $20,000 is not taxed for that 20 mil general fund levy. The rest of the house is. But the whole thing is taxed for capital outlay, bond and interest, LOB, the total assessed valuation. The county clerk is told in the statute she has to divide last year's taxes by the total valuation for this year. Well, that means 20 mills that you levy are going to be levied on less than the total. You're not going to raise as much money as you did the year before. So you are almost always going to exceed the revenue neutral rate and have to do all that publication and meet those timelines. And within a couple of years, you get to start paying the county clerk for all the extra time and expense they incur to notify all the taxpayers. So that's probably more than you wanted to know about revenue neutral rate, but it's going to be a problem for your school districts. And will be a cause for weeping and gnashing of teeth in your business department. Okay, move on from that. More good news for some of you. Senate Bill 40 is the bill that was intended and limits the governor's power when declaring a disaster emergency such as COVID. The legislature must be involved and approve those declarations and actions taken as a result and so forth. The other piece it does is gives the local school board sole authority for making decisions about COVID that impact the school. Best example, whether or not to wear a mask. The governor cannot mandate that for school districts statewide. The local health department cannot mandate that. Only the local school board can do that, which is well and good. But any employee, student, or parent who is aggrieved by that decision, and an attorney will tell you that aggrieved just means they don't like it. So any employee, student, or parent that doesn't like that decision gets to request a hearing from the board, and the board must hold that hearing within 72 hours and then make a decision within 7 days. If they are still aggrieved by the board's decisions, they can file civil suit in the district court, and the district court has the same timelines. Hold a hearing within 72 hours, make a decision within 7 days. This only applies to decisions about COVID. If they don't like your graduation requirements, this doesn't apply. But if your board makes a decision after April 1st about something dealing with COVID, individuals can aggrieve it. It's only in place for as long as this disaster emergency declaration is in place, which is at the moment is through May 28th. We don't know, obviously, if it will be extended beyond that, but that's how long the possibility for these hearings exists. Many districts have not had hearings yet. Some have had hearings. A few have had several hearings already from people that don't like the actions the board has taken. Again, timeline is an issue. To get a school board together in 72 hours can be a challenge. Okay, moving on. House Bill 2039 is the bill that requires a civics exam for graduation. Student must pass a 60-question online civics exam. required by 22-23 for graduation. School districts have to offer it by 21-22, coming school year. They also amended in a requirement for personal financial literacy, a 1-semester course in 10th, 11th, or 12th grade required for high school graduation by 24-25. On the civics exam, the student can take it as often as they need to. Personal financial literacy, I assume if you take it in 10th grade and fail the course, you could take it again as a junior. But they are both high school graduation requirements. The bill specifically mentions in both cases accommodations for IEPs may be made on both of these requirements. The next slide is House Bill 2089, dealing with firearm safety. School districts are not required to teach firearm safety, but if you do, there's the curriculum you'll use. For younger students, it will be the National Rifle Association's Eddie Eagle program. For older students, the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Last week, when the state board met, they passed a motion stating in short, constitutionally and statutorily, those decisions in House Bill 2039 and House Bill 2089 are the responsibility of the State Board of Education when it comes to setting standards and graduation requirements, and of the local Board of Education when it comes to deciding what curriculum you're going to teach. They were making no statement about whether these are good programs, bad programs, a good idea, a bad idea. They were simply saying the wrong body made the decision. It is not the legislature's responsibility. It is the state boards and the local boards. And they sent that motion to the governor and asked her to consider that before she signed the bill. And to date, she has not signed either bill, nor has she announced whether she will sign them or veto them. But they have both passed both chambers. All right, what's next on our little slide list? I'm kind of flippant on this, so I should apologize. House sub for Senate Bill 63 is kind of the oh, by the way bill. It's the one that requires every school district to have a full-time option for every student by March 31st. And I say, oh, by the way, because by March 31st, every school district already had a full-time option for every student. And it applies for the rest of this year. Senate Bill 55 passed both chambers, has not been signed yet by the governor, probably best known as the transgender bill. It prohibits biologically designated males from participating in female sports. And next slide. You don't need to worry about 2049. I don't think our school districts charge for LPA records requests anyway. Legislative post audit is LPA, I apologize. And you just might like to know that the legislature did approve a bill to sell $500 million worth of bonds to help with the unfunded actuarial pension liability with CAPERS. They did not incur a bigger liability all of a sudden. This is just a less expensive way to pay off some of the liability they have already incurred. And next, final note, for some school districts, Senate Bill 86 kind of slipped under the radar late in the session. If your district is one that experienced extraordinarily high natural gas bills because of the February freeze that we had, there will be a low interest loan available if the governor signs the bill through the state treasurer's office. My slide says apply now. Actually, you can't apply now because the governor has not signed the bill yet. But if she signs the bill, then in early May, you'll be able to start applying for that through the state treasurer. Funds will be available in June 1. And I would just caution, if you have money in your contingency reserve fund, that may be a better option for paying the bill. Even though it's a low interest loan, you're still going to have to pay additional interest. If you don't have cash balances that will help cover those costs, then this may be a good option for you. And that's a quick run through on where we are at the moment. They come back May 3rd. Next week, Ways and Means on the Senate side and Appropriations on the House side will meet and get an early start. And one of the topics, obviously, they will discuss is K-12 education funding and what they want their budget to look like. In both chambers, their bills were very much tied to the governor's recommendation, which was tied to the amounts they had approved with the Supreme Court. And now that they've had revenue estimates of increasing revenues, it will be difficult for them to justify cutting any funding to K-12 education. And the actions they took just before they left would indicate they don't really intend to do that. So I hope that's correct. But there will be some policy pieces that some legislators will try to attach to the funding. So now is not the time to go quiet on visiting with your legislators if you have some concerns about some of those policy pieces we talked about. Any questions that I've missed on chat or that you might have at this time? And I'm staying away from ESSER because I know you're going to get information from the real experts on that here in a few minutes. All right, if not, I thank you for your time this morning, and I hope I didn't belabor too much with what seems to be in a lot of cases negative news.
Thank you so much for that information and time, Craig. And I think maybe for us, the moral of the story as individuals who want to represent students with disabilities, we need to be active in advocating with our legislature. We need to find our legislators and contact them and let them know about the needs we have for students with disabilities. Because some of those votes were very, very close. Some of those items that didn't go through could have been very negative, and we never know when those things are coming back. So please stay active, contact others, be somebody who spreads information so you can advocate for the needs of the students that we represent. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you, and you are absolutely correct.
Right, next up on the agenda, as Craig mentioned, we're going to learn more about ESSER funds and Ian's funds. So on the sad part, there are some things with our legislature that are not helping us out, but we do have some extra support through ESSER and Ian's, and I'd love to hear more about how that works. And we've got Dean, Tate, and Doug to help us with that.
And hello, everyone. And so Craig's always a hard act to follow. And so he probably should have gone second. So you're a little less disappointed in us. But no, so first of all, my name is Dean Zeitz, and I am the State and Federal Programs Coordinator with the Special Education and Title Services team. And we also have on Doug Boleen and Tate Tateman, both assistant directors, also on our Special Education and Title Services team. And we're going to provide just a real quick overview of some of the new federal aid that is coming in to Kansas to support education in response to COVID-19. And I think at this point, many of you have probably seen some of these slides before. So we're going to keep the overview fairly quick to provide you an opportunity to ask questions. But one thing we will talk a little bit more about today that we haven't hit on as much in some of the other groups is the additional federal aid for the Individuals with Disability Education Act, the IDA aid that was included in the most recent relief bill that was passed recently. So will you go to the next slide, please, Pat? Oh, I guess another, and again. There we are. Thank you. Okay. Oh, and we still have TBD on that one. Okay, that's okay. So that's all right. So what you're looking at here is a real nice breakout of all of the different relief aid that has either come to the state of Kansas or will be coming to the state of Kansas, beginning with the CARES Act aid and ESSER 1, that's the elementary and secondary school emergency relief aid that came out in March of 2020. The ESSER 2 that was part of the CARISA that came out, thank you, Tate, CARISA that came out in December of 2020. And finally, ESSER 3 that was part of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, that was passed in just in March of this year, as well as to the right, EANS, that's the Emergency Aid to Non-Public Schools that was included in CARISA and ARP or ARPA. And as Tate noted in the chat, we only, all of these, so many of these things are new and so many things are fast moving. It was literally just a couple of days ago that we did finally get the official numbers for EANS 2 for Kansas. And as Tate noted in the chat, Kansas anticipates receiving $25 million for EANS 2. So let's talk, and actually before I move on to the next slide, I do want to call out that under the ESSER 3 column, you're going to see that $28 million for special education, the $28 million for SPED. And the $28 million that's referenced there is an additional funding for IDEA. It is not additional ESSER money. It's not additional state money. That is IDEA money. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And that is different from the amounts listed for special education under ESSER 1, the 8 million there, and the 24 million for special education listed under ESSER 2. For both ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, the department and the State Board of Education chose to set aside a portion of the state level ESSER funds that we do have a little discretion over to provide additional support specifically for special education that is related to still related to COVID-19. So let's talk a little bit about what each of these funds are, ESSER 1, 2, 3, and the EANS. Next slide, please. Oh, and you can go ahead and I think there's some animations built in here, so you can, there we go. Thank you, Pat. Okay, so first let's talk just real quickly about what EANS is. So EANS, again, the Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools, is federal aid that is administered by KSDE, the Kansas State Department of Education, in order to provide direct services and supports to private schools. Unlike the ESSER 1 or ESEA, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and unlike the Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDEA, unlike those where equitable services are provided typically at a district level out of a portion of federal set aside, the EANS program is direct aid to the state for the state to directly facilitate and provide services to private schools. And unlike some of these other programs, this is a competitive program with priorities that are established by Congress. But to the extent possible, we try to serve all applicants because we want to serve as many private schools as possible, and because while the program does prioritize serving students, serving private schools based on poverty and based on COVID need. Those prioritizations really only come into play if the resources are outmatched by the demand. And so far they have paired up fairly nicely. We're with EANS 1 and the first round, which has now all been approved, and we're in the process of beginning allowing for those first round applicants, if they had anything that was denied, to specific elements that were denied, to come back and revise their applications and look back at those. And then we also have EANS 2 that will be coming up with another $25 million in additional support. And all of these services are being provided, again, via the Kansas Department of Education in collaboration with our in collaboration with our education service centers throughout the state. And next slide. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the public school aid that is coming into the state. At this point, I think many of you are probably fairly familiar with ESSER 1, so we're gonna focus a little bit more on ESSERs 2 and ESSER 3. And there's while the different allowable uses are largely the same, there's some nuance to the language, but what you can use the funds for has remained fairly constant from ESSER 1, 2, and 3. But there are differences and nuances with each one. And in particular, with ESSER 3, which we have not yet begun to award out, nor have we begun to award out ESSER 2. For both of these, well, let's start with ESSER 2. For ESSER 2, there's still there's approximately 15 allowable use categories, which roughly translate to what you could do with ESSER 1. It's expanded just a little bit, if anything. And then at the state level, like ESSER 1, there is up to 9.5% of the funds can be used at the discretion of the state to meet specific needs. And then again, in the case of Kansas, the choice has been made to use a portion of those funds to provide support specifically for special education services that tie back to the COVID-19 needs and the pandemic, as well as additional aid to districts that saw a disproportionately that received a disproportionately small share of funds relative to their student population, and then a small portion for the administration of the program. And beginning with the ESSER 2 funds, all districts must apply for and provide a plan for how they will utilize those funds that must be run through the Commissioner's Task Force, which is composed of school district administrators, school business personnel, private school administrators, as well as legislators and other stakeholders to review in an open and transparent manner that is available to watch every Friday. It's must-see TV from 3 to 5 p.m. typically. And that information will, if it's not on here, we'll stick it in the chat, the link to that section of our website. But the agenda and the information is all posted ahead of time and again, is all public. Those recommendations are reviewed by the task force and then go on to the State Board of Education for a final review and ultimate approval. And thank you, Tate, for putting that in there in the chat. ESSER 3 will follow much the same process in terms of the Kansas, and Marvin watches, it's riveting, that's right. ESSER 3 follows much the same process, or will follow much the same process when it comes to applying for the funds at the district level, and then being reviewed again by the task force, and finally that ultimate approval by the State Board of Education. But there are some nuances. Congress has, with ESSER 3, required school districts, the LEAs, the local education agencies, to earmark at least 20% specifically to address learning loss. They can use more than 20% of their ESSER 3 dollars to address learning loss, but at least 20% has to go towards that. And in addition, with special attention, it needs to be done with special attention to those special populations. That's your English learners, migrant students, students with disabilities, students in foster care, homeless students, historically underserved races or ethnicities, with special attention to those special populations that were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic within that LEA, because every single district, whether you were in person most of the time or remote or hybrid or whatever, every single district experienced this pandemic differently, and families and students experienced this pandemic differently, even within those districts and schools. So there's an additional attention that will have to be paid as they're preparing their plans, and more information will be coming on this. And then at the state level, there are some additional restrictions on how the state may utilize some of the state set aside. So at the state level, of the 10% that is set aside, at least 1% has to go towards providing supporting after school services. At least 1% has to go towards supporting summer enrichment services. 5% at least has to go towards addressing learning loss. And then the other remaining, and then 5.5% for administration of the program. And then the final 2.5% is at the state's discretion to best address the needs of the state. And that final, this plan, of course, is still under development, although Dr. Watson, Commissioner Watson has provided a nice breakdown of some of the ideas on that, and we're happy to answer some questions to the extent that we can if there are questions right now. But those plans are continuing to be developed, and because everything is so fast moving, it was literally just yesterday that we received the application from the U.S. Department of Education, as well as additional, well, not guidance because it is an interim final rule, additional requirements that that the state will need to be mindful of as we are preparing our plan and implementing all this. But again, that just came out yesterday, so we're still digesting it, and we'll have more information in the coming days and weeks, certainly. So with that, I'm going to pause for just a second because we've kind of gone through quite a bit. And again, I am going to talk a little bit more in depth about the IDA funding here in a moment. But let me pause for a moment and see if there's questions so far, or if Tate or Doug have particular comments that they would like to make on anything that I've missed so far.
So Dean, I'd like to chime in a little bit on that 24 million that's been set aside, or that's part of the set aside that is earmarked for special education. That money is going to the districts, and then they are sending it to the co-ops, interlocals, et cetera. But they are not just cutting a check to those entities. There needs to be expenses that back up those payments that the districts are sending. As part of the plans that districts are submitting, they have to track these different funding sources separately. So they have a plan for their 90% flow through. They have a plan for that per pupil amount. If they happen to get that, the districts that have low poverty that are getting extra money to bring their per pupil allowance up to $300. They have to submit a plan for that special education money, and that amount has not been determined yet. We're waiting on data collection in May before those figures are announced. But when it comes time to spend that money, districts will be submitting a plan of how they're going to use those special education dollars, or those dollars that are earmarked for special education. So you all need to be part of that planning of how that money is going to be spent, what the plan is for using it. What we've run into as we data collect for ESSER 1, which we just, the deadline for that was last Friday for districts to submit that first report to us, and they will be doing that on a quarterly basis. We had the set aside money that was earmarked for special education in ESSER 1, and now the districts are having to report to us how it was spent, and they can't just tell us they gave it to you, the special ed co-op. We need to know how the special ed co-op spent the money that was given to them by the districts. So they should be reaching out to you all for your accounting of how that money was used. So the district is responsible for all the reporting, but they need you all to help them fill it in correctly.
And something just to tag on to what Doug was just saying there, the special education, the ESSER funds that have been earmarked for special education services, they are a little bit unique in that those federal funds were granted to the school districts. And if you're in a cooperative or an interlocal, it's generally the cooperative or interlocal actually providing those services like Doug mentioned. Something that we want to be really clear about and that we've tried to reiterate with districts is we know that you're not all special ed directors. This is a diverse group of folks on here. But one of the things that we try to reiterate is that these are not forward funded programs. All of this, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, even the EANS, these are all things that have to be done on a reimbursement basis, meaning that the funds can't be accessed and pulled down until the services are actually provided. And that's important for a couple of reasons. One, of course, to keep the folks that access those funds out of trouble so that they're not generating interest that they then would have to pay back to the federal government out of local funds, whether they themselves generated interest or not. But two, to understand that this is not money sitting in the bank of school districts. This is not money sitting in the bank of interlocals or co-ops. All of this is kind of hypothetical money that you have access to after you've already paid for the expense and requested the reimbursement. So, it is important to understand that from kind of a state level policymaking standpoint, that all this money is just not sitting out there for districts to earn interest on or to use for other purposes. The other thing I want to touch base on now is, because I did promise to talk a little bit about the IDA funding that came as part of ARPA. So Pat, if you would go back to that first slide. So back to, just because it's a little bit easier if we've got it all up on the same screen. Thank you, that's perfect. So highlighted in that green box, that $28 million in special education funding. So unlike the $24 million in special education funding that is earmarked out of ESSER that has to be tied to COVID-19 that Doug just alluded to, that and we don't yet know exactly how that's going to be. We know it'll be proportioned out according to categorical A, but we don't know what those amounts will be yet because we're still waiting for the final submissions. That $28 million for special education, what is that and what does that mean? So in ARPA, in addition to the emergency relief aid that was included, Congress chose to increase the existing 2021-22 award for IDA by almost $2.6 billion for IDA Part B for the 3 through 21-year-old program, $200 million for Part B's 3 through 5-year-old program, that's 619, and $250 million for IDA Part C. And that works out to about 20% increase over regular annual spending levels for IDA. All of this is in addition to the regular appropriations, which already happened back in December of 2020. And there's a couple of reasons why it was significant, not only that they're infusing this money, but the way in which they did it, that should be of interest to this group. So first off, what does that mean specifically for Kansas? So for Kansas, that means that we have an additional 25, and these are rounded numbers, so it's a little bit higher than this, but $25 million that will be coming in for the 3 through 21-year-old program, as well as an additional $2 million for the IDA 619, that's the 3 through 5-year-old program, for a total of about, when you round it, about $28 million in IDA Part B funds that would go, that will be available to districts. In addition to that, IDA Part C will receive approximately $2 million of additional funding in Kansas for 2021-22. All of these funds will be apportioned out using the existing IDA funding formula because, again, they just simply increased the line item for IDA. And one of the reasons why this is significant is, again, not just that the amounts, but because Congress chose to increase the funding levels for IDA rather than going the route of, for instance, what they did with home aid for homeless for children experiencing homelessness, which they also did in ARPA. Looking at that example, they could have simply injected additional funding into the existing ESEA McKinney-Vento program. However, they did that as a separate, complete one-off. So from it's a little bit of an inside baseball thing, but that's an important distinction of not actually increasing these big entitlement programs, but instead doing one-off funding. In the case of IDA, the fact that they actually increased the entitlement, it will change the way that this is presented for future funding as well. Because when we go into the 22-23 funding period, later this year, and at the end of this year, everything will, the prior year numbers will now have been raised by this, again, $2.58 billion, almost $3 billion when you total the whole package together. So it certainly appears that this particular Congress is setting things up to, if not fully fund IDA, at least continue to fund at this higher level based on the way they approach it. So that is something else to keep an eye on. It is not it's by no means certain, but it is notable that they chose to do it in this way because this is highly unusual. Just we kind of wanted to point that out. And again, this additional $28 million will be available along with the rest of the IDA 21-22 awards that will be coming out soon, and there shouldn't be a distinction in them. It'll just be a larger award. So with that, any other questions? Okay, I think it's back to you, Heath.
All right, thanks, KSDE team, for providing that information. Really, if you guys do have questions or think of questions later, feel free to throw those into the chat, because it's really, some of you may be hearing this for the first time. I think I've heard it 2 or 3 times now, and I pick up something new each time. But to me, again, we'll go with the moral of the story here is there are some new funds being put into education to try to figure out how we can move forward in a positive way. And there are a lot of hoops to jump through to make sure that that happens, which I believe are very positive hoops, because that needs to be in place. But students with disabilities should have access somewhere along the way to something different than what they'd experienced before to try to help them. And I don't like the term learning loss, COVID slide, all of those negative deficit thinking terms. I think we need to figure out how to accelerate learning moving forward. And I'm excited that those things are happening and that there are some funds being provided to work with for those reasons. And it's important to know when someone suggests, well, schools are having more money, we should cut the budget, that the purpose of those funds are to help us accelerate learning because of what happened during the pandemic health crisis. So we need to move forward, and the funds give us some of the resources and to build teacher expertise, to give extra time for learning, to have materials we didn't have, to make that happen. Because if we did everything the same as we did before, we're not likely to accelerate learning forward so we can get into a better place than we were at the end of the pandemic. Not that we're at the end now, but we've got to move forward. All right, thanks again, team. We're moving to the next portion of the agenda, which is a break. And the break is a 10-minute break. We're starting it just a little bit early. I think it would be, we'll stick to the time. That way we don't get off. So we will return at 10:20. So you're gonna get a little bit extra break. I know everybody can use that on Zoom. Please return at 10:20. Thank you. Okay, it is 10:20. Welcome back from break. I wish we were at KSDE and had just enjoyed some wonderful snacks and some good conversation and networking. But unfortunately, we probably got a drink and looked at emails and tried to get some work done, which isn't as productive, but maybe someday, right? Next up on the agenda, we have the SPP and APR discussion with Bert and Laura.
Thank you, Heath. I'm going to pen it over to Laura here in a minute, but if you hear anything as we go along, please feel free to ask questions. We know that this isn't as good an environment as when we're in 509 or we're somewhere face-to-face, because you seem to be a lot more interactive face-to-face, and don't feel like, oh, I can't ask that question because it'll make me look silly. If you're thinking it, someone else is probably thinking it. So please feel free to ask questions, and I'm going to let Laura begin our presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Bert. So my name is Laura Jurgensen. I'm an assistant director on our team, and one of my responsibilities is I facilitate our team's work around the state performance plan and the annual performance report. And I so appreciate how Bert started this. We really think this will be more beneficial to all of you if it's interactive, if you do stop and ask us questions. And just as a forewarning, we have several slides towards the end of discussion. So be on your toes and be listening so that by the time we get to the discussion, hopefully you have some great ideas for us. So I was a little delayed, Pat, on sending in my slides. So do I need to share my screen or are they in here?
We have your slides in here, but members, you do not have these slides. I will provide them to you following the meeting.
My apologies, members, that I did not have my slides in time. So we can go on to the next slide. Okay, so Bert and I are going to cover two different things during this. I think we're spending about an hour on this. So first, we're going to cover the state performance plan and annual performance report that we just submitted. So the reason you see two different dates on here is the state performance plan and annual performance report is due every year on February 1. And we always submit a couple days early just to make sure nothing squirrely happens. The state systemic improvement plan in past years, including this year, is not due until April 1. We typically submit it right as soon as U.S. Department of Ed lets us. So that's the only reason you see a different date is they open it a little later. We submit it as soon as we can. In future years, that is changing where the whole thing will be due at the same time, February 1st, which is going to be nice for us because we're always ready to submit the whole thing come February 1. Okay, so we're going to talk first about what we just submitted, and then we're going to shift gears and we're going to look into the future because as Bert and I have been previewing for you for like a year now, we're going into a new package of requirements on the state performance plan and annual performance report. And so we're going to be looking ahead and thinking about previewing for you some of those changes and thinking about the implications to Kansas with those things. So first, let's start with this year's SPP APR. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so first, I know that we have just a real mix of people on SEAC, right? So there's some of you who probably have this memorized. They float in your brain as you sleep. But there's others of you maybe who have never seen this. See, Carrie's laughing because she is one of those people, these float in her head as she sleeps. There's several of you, though, who are newer to SEAC, and maybe you're not as familiar with what our department is required to report out on every year to the U.S. Department of Education. And so you see on your screen, I won't read through them for you. You see 17 different indicators that we're required to report out on. But it's not just these 17 indicators. Within these indicators, there are multiple subparts. And I don't have that number just at the ready, but we report out on, I want to say probably somewhere in the range of 40 to 50 data points annually within this state performance plan. And this is a mix here of both what they refer to as performance indicators, outcomes, results, whatever you want to call it. How are our students with disabilities doing? And so examples of that would be graduation and dropout and participation and proficiency indicators 3B and 3C refer to the state assessment. So those are outcomes indicators. Indicators 5 and 6 look at the least restrictive environment for our students. Those are examples of outcomes indicators. We also have to report out on compliance indicators. And examples of that would be indicator 4B, indicators 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. And what that means is on those indicators, that's a specific legal requirement, and we have to meet 100% compliance as a state with that legal requirement. So just a mix of many different things here that we get to report out on every year. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so we're going to turn our attention to now how we did this year, okay? And so we've put together a table here for you, and it took us several slides because there's 17 indicators. And what we're letting you know on each of these is, did Kansas meet the target? Right, so I either tell you we did not meet the target or we met the target. And then we also tell you, did Kansas have slippage? Okay, and so you might be wondering, what is this odd word, slippage? So I could get into the really technical definition of slippage, which I'm looking over here because I have the definition over here, and it's a 2-page document from the US Department of Ed that explains what slippage means. But if I was just trying to say it really simply, I would say that slippage is, did you perform worse in such a significant way that you're required to tell the US Department of Ed why you were worse, right? And so if you go down just like the tiniest little bit, US Department of Ed, you know, depending on how they define it, they may not make you explain why, okay? So let's just kind of walk through some of these things here. And then in future slides, Bert and I are going to get into more detail and give you the actual data where we did not meet the target. And if we had slippage, we're going to talk to you about why we think that we had slippage, okay? But just kind of an overview to start out. For graduation and dropout, we did not meet our target and we had slippage. So we're going to talk to you more about that in a few slides. You're going to notice on 3B and 3C that we indicate that we didn't have any data. The reason for that is those are our state assessment indicators, and due to COVID-19, all states received a waiver to the state assessment last year. Kansas did not administer one, so we did not have any data for that last year. And all we had to do on our SPP APR was just put in a statement indicating that, but that's true for all states. On indicators of 4A and 4B, which have to do with disciplinary removals, we met our target on both of those, and we didn't have any slippage, which is good news. On indicator 5 measures least restrictive environment, starting with 5-year-old kindergartners and going through age 21. We met our target on that. We didn't have any slippage. Now for indicator 6, that's our preschool environment. So that's going to be ages 3 through 5 or 6, but are still in an early childhood program. We didn't meet our target there. We had slippage. So we're going to talk to you a little bit more about that in a few slides. Let's go to the next slide. So on indicator 7, outcomes of our early childhood students with disabilities and an IEP, we didn't meet our target there. We had some slippage, and we're going to talk to you about that in a little bit. On indicators 8, 9, and 10, we are happy to say we met our targets. We didn't have any slippage there, so all is well. So 11, 12, and 13, right? That's it. Now you're seeing like a different combination of terms together. We didn't meet our targets there, and just a reminder, our target is required to be 100%. Now we didn't have any slippage because we didn't meet our target and we got worse, but just like barely worse, right? We didn't meet that definition of slippage so that we had to report it. But here in a few slides, we're going to talk to you about how far off the mark we were in terms of that 100% and what we think was going on there. On indicator 14, post-school outcomes, we didn't meet our target. We had slippage. So we're going to talk to you about that here in a few slides. Let's go to the next slide. All right, 15 and 16 have to do with our dispute resolution options. So 15 is on those resolution sessions that are required or as part of a due process hearing, and then mediation, another dispute resolution option. We met our targets there. We didn't have any slippage, all is well. You're going to say the same thing on indicator 17 as you did on 3. Due to COVID-19, we did not have any data for our state systemic improvement plan. And we still submitted a report, as we do every year on this item, providing all of the background, providing what our plan is and what we're working towards. And we explained why COVID-19 impacted our ability to collect data. We explained what we did to try to mitigate that. So all is well there. We just don't have any data to report. I'm pausing in the event people want to ask a question, or poor Bert can't even get a word in edgewise. But if Bert has any comments.
Now, the only thing I'd say, Laura, is you did a good job of explaining what it means to meet the target or met target or had slippage. So I think that's critical as we move forward, as you're going to clarify where we had slippage and why we think that occurred, if we have information that we can share on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Tobias.
I was curious how GED certificate holders are counted in either the dropout rate or the graduation rate.
So GED certificate holders are not counted in the graduation rate. So that's graduating with a regular high school diploma. And someone with a GED and indicator 2, do they count as a dropout? I might have to look into that and get back to you, unless someone more knowledgeable than me is going to jump in and save me. Phone a friend.
I'm not more knowledgeable, but I agree with Tobias, because I know that our situations or our settings are very similar. And when we have people for very short periods of time and we're trying to get GED graduates so that they can meet terms and conditions of probation, we have kids graduating with their GEDs, but does that count as dropouts, since traditional high schools make them drop out and go through that paperwork process before they're able to even take a GED?
Then they would be considered a dropout in that situation because they did not graduate with their regular high school diploma.
Okay.
Thank you, Bert, for that confirmation. That was my thought, but I needed someone to speak with confidence. And I like what Tobias did there with the hand raising feature. So feel free to use that anytime, because sometimes I can get to talking. Also, feel free to use the chat if that's easier to insert your question. We're going to dive a little deeper now into the indicators for which Kansas didn't meet the target. And we're going to do this for a couple of reasons. I think it's really important as our state advisory panel for you all to know exactly when we didn't meet our targets and why. But I also think that hopefully it will help build your capacity as you start to think forward to the next package of the SPPA PR, because we're going to be working extensively with you all when it comes to setting targets. And so hopefully this will give you a good grounding in where we are currently and where we are not meeting our targets. We're going to go on to the next slide now. And so on the following slides, like I said, we're just going to talk about the ones where we didn't meet our target. But you're going to see kind of this same layout where we lay out for you at the top the indicator we're talking about. Over on the left, you have the data, which shows you both our target, but then what our data was for this past year. And then on the right, information about what is the measurement, where do we get that data, and if we didn't meet the target, why do we think we didn't meet the target? So just kind of the same format will follow throughout. So as I was putting this together, I was reflecting back on some really great questions that Heath asked during your January meeting when I presented on emergency safety intervention data. And so I want to acknowledge up front that I understand the limits of just looking at 1 year of data at a time. That does not give you the full picture historically of how Kansas is doing. So that is still to come. As we start to think about setting targets, we're going to bring you information on historical data so that you can be informed when you're having those conversations. I don't have that for you today, partly because when I'm putting together these presentations, I never know how much is too much data. So what would be really helpful to me and to Bert and to Carrie is if we have so much data on this. I mean, we could talk to you for years about this, but if you ask us specific questions about, hey, I would like to know this, I'd like to see this way. We can come back to you at your July meeting where this will be on the agenda again. We can come back in September, this will be on the agenda again, and we can answer your specific questions because I cannot express enough how much data we have. So helping us narrow down what would be helpful to you all would be great. Okay, so diving into indicator 1, like we just talked about, this is the percent of youth who graduate from high school with a regular high school diploma. We use a 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. We're given an option of a 4-year or a 5-year cohort. We choose the 4-year cohort. And we report this using that same graduation rate that we do under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Okay, so it aligns. Now, just as a preview, U.S. Department of Ed is making us change this in the next package. We're going to be required to report using a different measurement that is only applicable to students with disabilities. We can all grumble about that later. I'm very unhappy about it, but it is what it is. So our target was 85.75. We missed our target, obviously, by about 7% this year. So when we looked at our state level data, we did not see a clear indication of why we backtracked. But if I had the historical data here, which would have been helpful, if you look at our data from FFY 2014 to 17, we are, right, we're trending upward. Everything is good. For whatever reason, in FFY 2018, we took quite a jump up, right? So you're trending up, but then here's FFY 18, it's like up here. So in comparison to 18, we dropped enough that we had to explain to U.S. Department of Ed why we dropped. But if you look at that trend line of 14 to 17, 19 is right in line. So really the anomaly here was 18, right? And we can't really explain why we jumped up so much in 18, but now we're kind of back down. And for the purposes of indicator 1, and we're going to talk about this with dropout as well, because U.S. Department of Ed is requiring us to change to a different data source and to a different measurement, this all kind of goes out the window. And we have to start from scratch, meaning when we're thinking about that historical data, we have to go back and we have to recalculate indicators 1 and 2 using that new data source. We have to look at historical data through that lens, and then we have to set brand new targets. So it kind of is what it is. Let's go on to indicator 2. I should probably be paying attention to the chat. I apologize. Yes, Heath, we agree with you about data in graphs is much more valuable. And so when we come back in July, we're going to have data visualizations for you that show you that historical data. And for indicators like 1 and 2, where we have to change our data source, like I said, we're going to use that new data source to show you, okay, here's historically how we're doing according to that measurement. So on 2, this is the percent of youth with IEPs who have dropped out of high school. And we report, again, this text here that's underlined, the National Center for Education Statistics Common Core of Data. In your PowerPoint that Pat just sent to you, that's a link. So if you're like, I really want to read about that, I need to know what that measurement is, bam, just go read to your heart's content. But again, this is a measurement where we are allowed to align with what we do under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and we have done that. And U.S. Department of Ed is taking away our ability to align and saying, nope, you have to use this source just for students with disabilities. You can tell I'm really thrilled about that. So you can see that our target was 2.32%, and we missed that by about 2.2%. And really for the same reason, that when you look at that trend line, it was really consistent, and we just popped, in this case, down. We did much better in 2018 than we anticipated. So we're back on track with that, but again, we got to change our data source. Any questions on indicators 1 and 2? All right, let's go on to the next slide. All right, so we're jumping ahead now to preschool environments, right? And the reason for that is we met our targets on, well, we didn't have data on 3. We met our targets on 4 and 5, so that's why we're not talking about those. So I went ahead and I put up here our data both for 6A and 6B. Now, we met our target on 6A, but to me, you have to talk about both of them together, kind of to understand them. So if you look over to the right, preschool environments is measuring the percent of children ages 3 through 5 with IEPs. And under 6A, they're looking at which of those students attend a regular early childhood program. They receive the majority of their services in the regular classroom, right? So 6A is good. We want 6A to be higher. And obviously, we'd like to be able to set higher targets there. You know, Julie Rand has come many times and talked to you all, our 619 coordinator, about the work we're doing to try to improve that. But we are meeting our target there. Now, 6B is that same group of students, but they are in a separate special education class. They're in a separate school, or they're in a residential facility, which hopefully is not happening very often, if at all, with this age range. So that's the number we want to be lower, right? And that number is not as low as we want it to be. So our data source for that, you can see in that second bullet, it's underlined for you. So if you would like to really dive into that measurement, that's a link that you can check out. So a change that we made this past year the change was optional. Next year, the change will not be optional, is those 5-year-old kindergartners. The 5-year-old kindergartners used to be reported in indicator 6, preschool environments, which was never quite intuitive, right? Because they're in school, they're in kindergarten. Why aren't they reported in indicator 5, right? With all of the school age kids. So US Department of Ed allowed states to make that change this year, and we went ahead and made that change. And so what we think, we think that the worsening that we're experiencing here on 6B is likely attributable to that population change, that we had to pull out those 5-year-old kindergarten students and we had to put them in indicator 5. But we're continuing to look at that. So far, US Department of Ed has accepted the answer that you see on the screen as our explanation. But it is a little puzzling that 6B got worse, but we're still doing well on 6A, even though we've made that shift. So we're continuing to look at that. I'm just pausing in the event there's anyone brave enough to ask a question. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, also sticking with our children aged 3 through 5 with IEPs, you see preschool outcomes. So preschool outcomes is one of those indicators that I mentioned before, where we're reporting on multiple things under indicator 7. Okay, so you see in the table, I'm just giving you the data for 7A, 2, B2, and C2. There's also a 1, which we're not even talking about right now. But we're just talking about 2. And the reason I just focused in on that is because that's where we didn't meet our target. And 2 focuses on the percent of this group of children who were functioning within age expectations in a given outcome, by the time they turned 6 or by the time they exited. So if you look over on the right, you see the breakdown of A, B, and C. So what outcome are we talking about? A, positive social emotional skills. B, this is knowledge and skills that have to do with early language, communication, early literacy. And in C, we're talking about appropriate behaviors to meet their needs, okay? And so we get this data through a process that you can read more about at that link, through the Early Childhood Outcomes Center, the Child Outcomes Summary Form process, right? So essentially, kids are assessed when they come into the program, kids are assessed when they leave the program, and we look at the progress that they made in between. So as we look at our data, you can see where our targets were at for each of these items. And you can see that we did not meet our target on any of these items. We were a bit below. So this is something we're continuing to work on in terms of why we had slippage. But what we know is that in the spring, we were providing a lot of technical assistance to school districts who were trying to figure this out in light of school building closure, right? Because you've had students who received their assessment when they came into the program and school looked normal and everything was fine. But when school buildings closed in the spring, of course, students had not received that ending assessment yet. So then districts are scrambling, trying to figure this out. Can we do this virtually? Is it still valid? How can we collect this data? Can we get it from the family? And so we just coached individual districts through whatever their circumstances were. But we really think that this was attributable to COVID-19 interruption, and U.S. Department of Ed has accepted that so far. All right, we'll go on to the next slide. All right, now we've jumped ahead to 11, to child find. So here what we're measuring, and this is a compliance indicator, our target is 100% compliance across the state. So we're looking at children who were evaluated within the time frame that we've established in Kansas for that initial evaluation, which is 60 school days, from the time that the district receives parent consent for that evaluation. We have an application in the KSDE web application system called the Kansas Integrated Accountability System. That's where we collect all of this data from school districts. And so what I tell you on the right is that we missed that 100% compliance by 12 students. And this is something we often talk to SEAC about, that we often tell you on these compliance indicators how many students we missed it by statewide, because it's unacceptable from our perspective. It's unacceptable to miss this for any student. So when we bring up, this is how many students we missed it by, 12 students, it's to reiterate that that is not okay. That is not okay for any of those 12 students who did not have their initial evaluation on time. We don't do it in any way to be dismissive and say, oh, it's only 12 students, we're fine. No, it's exactly the opposite. But as we think about 11 and 12 in particular, which we're going to talk about in a minute, I honestly expected, because of COVID-19, for this to be much worse than it was. So this data was measuring from last school year during school building closure. And again, we were providing lots of individual TA to districts who were trying to navigate this. And so I don't say that in any way to excuse what happened with these 12 students, but I really did expect it to be worse. And I think the reason it's not is just attributable to the hard work that districts did to get initial evaluations done, even in really challenging circumstances. Let's go on to 12, which is very similar. So 12 is looking at those children who are transitioning from Part C, which is services from birth through 2, over to Part B, which begins on the child's 3rd birthday. And so we're looking at, of those kids who are transitioning, what percentage had an IEP in place by their 3rd birthday. We collect this data in that same web application, kiosk, and we're required to meet 100% compliance. And we missed this last year by 4 students. So again, not okay. We must hit this target for every single student. But based on the number of phone calls we got in the spring and the summer of school districts and families who were trying to get this done, I was a little surprised that we only missed this by 4 students. Let's go on to the next indicator, which is indicator 13, secondary transition. So here we're looking at the percent of youth with IEPs age 16 and above. And I'm just going to clarify here that, of course, in Kansas, our secondary transition responsibilities begin at 14, but this is a federal report. And under federal law, those requirements begin at 16, right? So we begin them in Kansas earlier, just like lots of other states do, but we're only required to report on those 16 and above. And what we look at on this one is, do these students have an IEP that has an appropriate, measurable post-secondary goal? Are those goals updated annually? Are they based on an age-appropriate transition assessment? Do they have transition services? We're looking at courses of study that are going to enable the child to meet their goals and meet their transition needs. We also have to look at whether there was evidence that the student was invited to the IEP team meeting. We also have to look for evidence that if it was appropriate, did the district invite a representative of a participating agency who might be supporting the student during that secondary transition? Now, they have to have parent consent for that, but we're looking for evidence that that person was invited if the parent consented. So there's a lot that we're looking at for this particular indicator. We collect all of this data in our kiosk application. We have to meet 100% compliance on this for all of the youth with IEPs 16 and above. And so we missed this by 6 items of non-compliance. So for those of you who are listening very carefully, right, that's a little different than on 11 and 12 when I told you how many kids we missed it on. So indicator 13 is one regulatory requirement. And so in theory, this doesn't happen. Don't be nervous about this, but in theory, a district could miss this one item of non-compliance with 20 kids, and it's still just one instance of non-compliance. Now, we make sure that they correct every individual time that happens, but they address it systemically to correct whatever issue that they had within secondary transition in their system. So what that tells us is 6 items of non-compliance indicates that 6 districts missed this mark. So this is every district every year that we're looking at here. So we're going to go on to indicator 14, which is post-school outcomes. Indicator 14 is one is an indicator that we're reporting multiple items of data within that one indicator. So how we carry this out is we have a contractor, and this contractor surveys youth 1 year after leaving high school. Now, something that we started doing last year is encouraging districts to make their own phone calls and do their own surveys. And we had some districts who did that, and we're again encouraging it this year, and we're hoping that more districts take advantage of it. The reason being, likely district staff are going to experience more success carrying out their own surveys, right? So hopefully if a former student is hearing from a staff member that they were close to while they were in high school, they're probably more likely to pick up the phone, answer an email, respond to a text message than they are, a random contractor. So we'd like to see more districts doing their own phone calls here. So in 14A, we're asking them, okay, you're 1 year out from school, what are you doing now? So on A, we're looking at, are you in higher education? In 14B, we're looking at, are you in higher education or are you competitively employed? And in C, we're looking at, are you in higher ed or in some other post-secondary education or training? Are you competitively employed or are you employed at all within 1 year of leaving high school? So you can see our data over on the table on the left, and you can see that we are well below our targets. Bert, did you want to comment on that?
Well, the only thing I was going to say, Laura, is that COVID and with the closure of so many things last spring, it really did disrupt the work environment of employability for everybody, especially our students that had recently graduated and were out 1 year. And I think the data shows that.
So do you know where we were at the prior year on these? Did we make all of these the targets last year?
I believe the answer to that is no. I've been logged out of our system long enough that it kicked me out, so I don't have that right in front of me.
Well, Heath, one of the things that we found is when the contractor was doing the calls, we had very limited data. And we knew that that data pool was very shallow. And by encouraging districts to make their own calls, we know that we're going to get an increase in responses, and that's going to change what the data looks like. We'll have more responses, so it could be skewed either way, but we need to know because it is a requirement for us to answer these questions. So that was a good question. We'll look into it. We'll have better information for you. But again, when we're setting targets, it's going to be important for us to be realistic in how we set our baseline and where we want to be in 5 years. And that's going to be a conversation we're going to have in a little bit. We'll start it today, but we're going to have to gear it up because we have a pretty short timeline to get stakeholder input into how we set our targets. And I know that many people think, oh, put them at 100%, put them at 100%. But being a psychometrist, you start with baselines and then you move from the baseline up. So we should see a change. Yes, Tobias.
Again, I'm going to poke the GED bear a little bit. So a student that is no longer in secondary school is part of this questionnaire or part of this interview, whether or not they have received a high school equivalency if they did not graduate?
I believe the answer is no, because they have to have been a completer in order to be in the pool for 14 post-school outcomes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I put the answer to Heath's question in the chat. And so, you know, what we see compared to the previous year is that we improved in 14A and 14B, but we're still well below our targets. And okay, so to Trisha's question, yes, we go with what the student tells us. There's not an additional step, you know, to verify that they're employed where they say or they're attending where they say. And, you know, Bert referenced this data over here on the right that we added some questions to our survey this past year to try to proactively gauge the impact of COVID-19. And I mean, you can see that 22% of those reported that they were laid off from a job as a result of COVID, and 38% experienced a reduction in work hours. So definitely, you know, we think this contributed to our slippage on 14C. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. All right, so that carries us through this year's SPP APR. And we've detailed for you where we did not meet our targets and why. So before we venture into new requirements, are there additional questions we can answer? Any other comments you'd like to make, Bert, before we go on?
No, I just appreciate that you all are receiving this information and you can start to digest it, because it's important to understand where we've been so that we can then set our baseline and targets for where we want to be by 2025. So, you know, as a newbie last year, I'm thinking 100% everything. Then you look at the baselines and you look at the progress that's been made and you're kind of like, well, wait a minute, did we set the targets too high for 2019, 2020, or 2019 in particular, or were they reasonable? And what did we learn from the targets that we set in the prior 5 years so that we can be reasonable, but also aggressive in how we determine where we want our students to be by 2025?
So Bert, can I just add one comment about indicator 17?
Of course you can.
Yeah, so for indicator 17, that one is, we often refer to it as the horse of a different color for indicators. And it is a state level indicator. The data, we don't have statewide data that we collect to report on it. So, and very much to its name in terms of state systemic improvement plan, we have a set of activities that we conduct that are focused around utilizing the multi-tiered system of supports and alignment approach that focuses on academics, behavior, social, emotional combined together, and targeting the students with disabilities within those districts that are engaged in that work and their reading levels. And so that report is, I mean, I think it's very compelling reading. And this is an indicator where we really have learned a lot through it. And so that would be really good preparation for folks to go through and read that report. And it's always it's always a little separate from the rest of the indicators.
At least it used to be, but next year it'll be included on the deadline of February 1. The thing I learned about the SISIP is you'll see that it is it's a fairly large summary, but it really is comprehensive in looking at the progress that's being made through looking at a fall, a winter, and a spring assessment of students and looking for the growth each year. And so we'll make sure that we send you out the SISIP so that you can read through it and you have knowledge of what that looks like, because that will be a similar format that we'll be looking at for the next 5-year cycle. So you need to be familiar with that one, because Carrie's right. It's not based upon us collecting data across the state and then reporting it out. This is specific to what the state selected as a measurement that shows systemic improvement. That's why it's called the State Systemic Improvement Plan. Hope that helps. Thanks, Carrie. That was a great segue. That was very helpful.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of, at a high level, run over some of the new requirements. And again, just like we said before, there's so much behind this we can give you, but sometimes I struggle to know how much to give you. So feel free to ask questions and ask us to bring you more information. And what I'd like to hopefully have time to get to is, we have a few slides where we'd like your feedback on the work we're doing right now, which is collecting stakeholder input. So let's go to the next slide and go through the changes. Okay, so here are the changes kind of at a glance, right, for each indicator. And this chart is showing you the required changes. We're taking this opportunity really to look in depth at all of our indicators. And so we may take this opportunity to propose some changes that aren't specifically required by U.S. Department of Ed, but that we think would greatly help our processes in Kansas. So this is just talking about the required changes. So you'll see U.S. Department of Ed is not requiring any changes for indicators 7, early childhood outcomes, 11, child find, 12, early childhood transition, 15 and 16, the dispute resolution indicators. Within that row of no changes, we are contemplating a change to indicator 7, early childhood outcomes. And so I believe currently there is a survey out asking districts which assessments they are using, because we're thinking about changing our list of curriculum-based assessments for that indicator. So we sent that out on several listservs, but if that is something that you have an interest in, or you have colleagues or stakeholders who would have an interest in participating in that, feel free to reach out to me or put your name in the chat, and I'd be happy to get you that survey link if you'd like to provide some feedback on that. So there are just minor changes being required for indicator 4, which is on disciplinary removals, indicator 5, which is least restrictive environment, 5-year-old kindergartners through 21, 9 and 10, which are on disproportionate representation, and 13, secondary transition, state systemic improvement plan, indicator 17. So on indicators 8 and 14, U.S. Department of Ed has put in some very specific requirements regarding response rate and representativeness. And Bert and I have a whole slide on that in a little bit to talk to you about those important changes. I've already voiced my displeasure with the change to the data source on indicators 1 and 2, so you're very familiar with that, hopefully. And really the implications for Kansas are going to be that our data is going to be much worse under that other data source, especially on indicator 2. So just steel yourself for those conversations that we'll have in July. But it's going to be fine, and we're going to improve. We really have, not to beat a dead horse, but we've really appreciated the ability to be able to align what we're doing under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. It also makes those conversations a lot easier at the district level, because then you're not talking about graduation rate for students with disabilities over here and everyone else over here. But please know that we submitted comments on that to the U.S. Department of Ed, and they did not listen to us. So I'm going to get off that soapbox now.
So Laura, though, what they emphasized last week was that the numerator stays the same for both. It's the denominator that's changing in terms of how they calculate it. So that is a little help.
Yeah, so we'll get into those weeds in July. And then there are new components required on indicator 3, which is on state assessments. Lots of new components, my goodness. And we'll go into that in more detail in July, because that's going to require us to look back at our data and calculate it using these new requirements so we can bring you some helpful information. And then also new components for indicator 6, least restrictive environment for early childhood, and we'll go into that more in July. All right, let's go on to the next slide. There was a note there I forgot to reference on stakeholder input, but we have a whole slide about stakeholder input here in a little bit. So just in terms of data quality, something that might be on your minds is, to what extent is the Office of Special Education Programs, OSEP, going to consider the impact of COVID-19? And they said that they are. They're going to consider the impact of COVID-19. That's especially going to make setting targets challenging if we believe that our data was impacted by COVID-19. And we do believe that a lot of our data was impacted by COVID-19. But it's not the end of the world. With justification, we can change our targets at any time. And not that I want to get in the habit of just changing our targets every year. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. But we can set targets and we can get a ways down the road and see how our data has changed. And if we think we should change our targets, we can do that. So we're trying to prepare for this proactively. OSEP has not told us specifically what they're going to ask for in terms of COVID-19 impact, but we're trying to document some of these things in advance. We're going to document the impact on data completeness, validity, and reliability. We're going to document how specifically COVID-19 might have impacted our ability to collect the data for a given indicator, and any steps we did to mitigate that. But we'll hopefully get more information in the fall about just what OSEP is looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go on to the next slide. All right, so baselines. So this is something that Bert has referenced as well. So we have the ability to say to U.S. Department of Ed, here's the year of our data that we are going to use as our baseline. And we can revise our baseline at any time. But when we do, we have to explain why we're setting a new baseline, and we have to get stakeholder input. Now, OSEP expects that our baseline data would change if we changed methodology or if we changed data source, so that then you really couldn't compare one year to the next because we've changed so significantly. So, but based on the proposed changes that we went over on that chart, we anticipate we're going to have to revise the baseline for most of our indicators because we've either experienced a change in data source or we're going to experience a change in methodology. So we're probably not going to have to change our baselines for all indicators, but probably most. We'll need a new baseline. Let's go on to the next slide. All right, targets. Okay, so Bert's talked quite a bit about this already. We have to set targets that show improvement over the baseline. Okay, that's kind of the minimum target setting requirement. And when it comes to setting our targets, we have to get stakeholder input, just like always. So what I have highlighted for you on the screen are the pieces of these stakeholder input requirements that are new from the previous SPP APR package. This is probably one of the most significant changes. Yeah. All good changes designed to just really stretch our thinking in terms of the stakeholders that we're connecting with, but definitely new. So we have to keep track of how many parent members give us feedback. We have to keep track of how the parent members of SEAC gave us input. We have to connect with parent center staff, parents from local and statewide advocacy and advisory committees, and we have to engage individual parents in the process of setting targets, analyzing data, developing improvement strategies, and evaluating progress. So not only is OSEP saying, here's who you have to connect with, but here is what you must connect with them on. We also have to design activities that will increase the capacity of diverse groups of parents to give us the input we're asking for. I also highlight on the last two bullets, developing improvement strategies. This is a new requirement as well, that we have to collect input on how we're going to improve as a state. And that's a global improvement when we look across this plan for all students with disabilities. This is not particular to each indicator that we have to report out on this, but that's the kind of feedback that we have to solicit, how we're going to improve as a state. So again, all good, an exciting opportunity, just new is all. So let's go on to the next slide. Okay, I promised you that we'd talk a little bit more about the representativeness requirements for indicator 8, which is parent involvement. We do that through a survey, and 14, post-school outcomes, which we also do through a survey. So we are required to analyze the data of those who respond to both surveys by race and ethnicity. And that's something that we already do. So that part is not new. We already asked for that information and we analyze based on that. And I put there the reasoning from OSEP about why they require it. So OSEP going forward is also going to require that we look not just at race, ethnicity, but also at least one of these demographic categories listed on the screen: age, disability, gender, geographic location, or another category. And so we already look at many of these things. We do not look at all of them, but we already collect and look at many of this information. So something else that we're going to be required to do that I didn't put on this slide is when we're looking at representativeness of who responded versus the population of our state, we're required to set a threshold by which we essentially are saying, okay, this is too far apart in terms of representativeness, and how are we going to address it? So right now, we just have to respond to, is it representative? And if it's not, how are we going to fix it? But going forward, we're going to have to set a specific threshold where if we're farther apart than that, then we must address it. And OSEP is recommending a threshold of 3%. That if we have a 3% difference in a certain demographic of responders compared to the population of our state, we have to have strategies to improve on that. So OSEP has delayed the requirement to report on those specific demographic categories to our February 2023 submission, because obviously states are going to have to change their survey, including Kansas. We have to change our survey as well. So we're going to adjust our survey beginning with the 21-22 school year. Yes, that is in like 3 months. We're going to adjust our survey for us before we have to set our targets. After your September meeting, we're going to set our targets, and then we're going to make available to the public the results of that target setting, any data analysis that we've done, any improvement strategies we're going to embark on, and evaluation materials. We're required to do all of that after your September meeting. So that's just a high level timeline of what we're going to be doing going forward. So here in the next few minutes, sorry, I haven't given Bert much time for this. Bert's going to solicit your feedback on some items that we've really thoroughly discussed as a team, but we know we've probably missed some things. And so we'd like to get your thoughts on our stakeholder input process. Let's go to the next slide.
So are we recording this, Pat?
I am recording this for the purpose of my notes,
Great,
but
thank
not
you.
for dissemination.
Well, I'm just thinking that if we fire this off quickly, that we may need to go back and look at what our SEAC provides to us. Because our first question for you is, whom should KSDE consider involving in target setting, analyzing data, developing improvement strategies, and evaluating progress? Now, you're automatically going to be involved in this, SEAC members. This is something that is one of your roles, but whom else should we consider to be involved? And you can use the chat too, but unmute yourself. Yes, Heath.
I know that how things work a lot, and you guys do a lot of work ahead of time, which is great because you need to, because it's hard to do work in this group. But I think it would be great, instead of bringing it to this group as a partially completed project and asking for feedback, to potentially include some members of this group in smaller discussions of the development of those items. That way, some SEAC members and potentially some KC members can provide feedback during the development. And to me, that's a lot more impactful than just, here's an end product, what feedback do we have? You don't get as much in a large group, and we kind of get stuck in what's termed as groupthink. Not intentionally, it's just what happens with a large group.
So are you recommending a subcommittee of SEAC, Heath, to work with our team on this effort?
I think that would be beneficial. It doesn't have to be large. And I think potentially maybe a couple members from SEAC and a couple members from KC would be beneficial as well.
Just to encourage your thinking, this question is designed to get at what groups should we be reaching out to? So Heath has mentioned obviously 2 really important groups, but what other groups are you all connected with through the stakeholders you represent that we may not be thinking of?
Carrie says we should have actual classroom teachers involved, especially in the strategy development.
Yes, Leslie, I think, has her hand raised.
Yes, Leslie. I can't see. I see 7 at the top. That's all I see. Leslie, go ahead.
I forgot to turn my camera back on after break, so sorry about that. No, I was just going to say parents or family members, I think would be good. I know that, as the PTI, we represent that, but I also think it would be great to add some family members, and we could maybe help recruit those, and they could even be people from among our staff that also still have kids receiving services.
Great idea, Leslie. Thank you so much for that, because I was thinking Families Together needs to be involved in this process, because they do have outreach across the state to large segments of parents and diverse backgrounds for parents.
Thanks.
If you think of anybody that needs to be involved in supporting this effort, you can let Heath know, you can let Laura know, you can let me know, you can let Pat know, and we'll revisit this again. We'll come back. But at this point in time, as you know, the timeline is short. So we don't have a lot of time to be working on this. So we're going to put something together pretty quickly to get it initiated, keeping in mind that you're closing schools, many of you that are in school systems, and we're going to be starting summer and ESY programs, and some people are probably taking vacation for the first time in over a year. So we want to make sure that we capture as many people as we can and have good representation. And yes, general ed reps keeps coming up, and I really appreciate that. That's a great opportunity to include general ed. Well, we might want to move to the next discussion question, and maybe this will be a little more palatable. I think we missed one, a couple. So we had that one, and the next one says, I'll just read it to you. So what methods should KSDE consider for increasing the capacity of diverse groups of stakeholders to support development of implementation of activities designed to improve outcomes for children with disabilities? Again, what methods should KSDE consider for increasing capacity of diverse groups of stakeholders to support development of implementation and activities? Thank you, Laura. Laura put it in the chat. So those of you that want to look at the chat, there's the question.
I feel like this is like an area where I don't know a lot about what's like, to recommend stuff. So sorry, but my thought is just that instead of stuff coming as much from the top, getting it as like the source of the person that would be communicating directly with families, being like the school districts, and getting that in the hands, and even at the district level, stuff coming out maybe more from the teacher level, classroom level. I'm wondering if there wouldn't be more responsiveness if we sent things out at multiple levels in different ways.
Thank you, Jennifer. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, we could have massive input on this opportunity if we had school districts working with us on how to disseminate the questions out to the field and to get information back from parents, from teachers. Yes, Heath.
This is a hard question. I mean, it's a big question. It's a meaty question. And I think, and honestly, the next case newsletter that comes out kind of has my thoughts on it. So I'm just going to talk about, that piece. It's about building expertise of the people in the districts, in the schools at all levels. And that expertise involves a lot of the things like you have on the slide that's kind of stuck there. What are good improvement strategies? What are good evaluating processes in the district? What are good implementation strategies? Having some of those, as opposed to sometimes we just get the skills. Well, then how do we implement them in our building? How do we implement them in our district? Adding that type of expertise might be something you could do, but that is a big question. There are a lot of layers in there, but there's nothing you can just give us to make it work, but you can build the capacity of the people in the districts to have a better understanding of how to do some of these things on their own, which you do a lot of already.
Agree, Heath. Tobias?
Thank you. I was just taking some notes. I can tell you that from my perspective in career technical education, there is currently an update to the comprehensive local needs assessment for all the schools across the state of Kansas to include secondary and post-secondary in how they are implementing CTE among their students, and that includes the special populations that are identified within Perkins. The reason I bring it up is at this point, school districts and the community colleges and technical schools are in the process of developing stakeholder teams. So it would be advisable to try to find those chairs and to try to find those groups to see if you are able to provide some input to those stakeholder groups that would be beneficial to that plan.
Thanks, Tobias. I believe that Stacy Smith shared something about that on a leadership meeting this morning. So we'll reach out to him and see how we can link in with that work. Great idea. Leslie.
I'm sorry, I think I left my hand up that whole time, but I will say something, Bert.
Okay.
Let me, because I was writing in the chat that, Families Together could help with dissemination as well. And I'm also thinking we could gather input at our virtual and in-person events or maybe even, have someone else, attend some of those with us, from either the State Department or local districts to help gather that information. I think there are some families that might be more comfortable to give input verbally rather than in writing. So that would be a thought.
I agree, Leslie. I think that we're going to be working collaboratively on this for some time, but I'm thinking you have that linkage and you have the parent network. And we really need to reach out and involve as many parents as we can to make sure that we do have diversity represented and that we get quality information back when we're setting our targets, coming up with our plans and analyzing the data. So I don't see this as a one-time or one-off issue. It's something we're going to continue to work on for the next 5-6 years. So, I mean, there will be updates to be provided and then reports to be provided. So yes, we'll work together on that. Great plan. Anyone else? I tried to look through to see if any other hands were up. I didn't see any. So unmute if you have something to say on this one before we get to the next one. You can always respond to Pat, to Laura, to me, to Heath, and we will get the information collected and we will put it in our portfolio of what we're collecting for input. So thank you very much. Let's look at the next question, Laura. Can you put that one in the chat too, please? What methods should KSDE consider to facilitate stakeholder involvement, e.g. in-person, virtual surveys? I think, Leslie, you made a really good comment on that one, that for parents in particular, verbal would be a good support mechanism for many of our parents that don't want to fill out a survey. I think you're all saying yes, that makes sense. So if you have any specific ideas on the stakeholder involvement through your agency or organization you represent, then we'd be willing to work with you on that, because that way we get the information out to a broader stakeholder group. Yes, I agree, Heath. Combination of surveys for large groups and discussions for smaller groups. And discussions could be based on themes found from surveys. Great idea. Well, this is the beginning of the conversation, SEAC members, on where we're headed. And we have a short timeline, but this is a continuing issue that we're going to be talking about each year, because SPP APR is a huge lift for Special Ed Advisory Council, because you receive the data, you receive the analysis, you help us to set these benchmarks that we're going to have to set, and more importantly, the ceiling that we want to get to. So can't thank you enough for your representation of your groups, because you're valuable members of this process for the state of Kansas, and we really appreciate all you do to support the state and the Kansas State Department of Education and the work that we've been given to do. Anything else, Laura, that we want to share at this point?
That's it. Thank you, everyone, for your input. Please continue to reach out.
Thank you, Bert and Laura. I know that the work you do on the SPP and APR is very complex. There's a lot that goes into it, a lot more that we don't understand or we don't get to see, and we greatly appreciate it, because we know that while being successful in that type of data doesn't necessarily mean our students are successful, it is a good indicator of the progress we're making as a state and the areas where we need more support in, and I appreciate your work on that. Next on the agenda, we've got a discussion over our membership for next year. And to help through that, we've got myself, Bert, and Pat. And I believe one of you has a list of the names we need to discuss, and I'll let you go ahead and start with that. Right, Pat, up on the screen's got a list of the people who have completed their first terms. And we would need a motion to forward those names to the state board for approval to allow them to continue into another term.
One of these individuals, Heath, has let us know that she won't be continuing because she's changed positions. That's Rachel Marsh.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that we thank her for her service, but the three that we would recommend then would be Heath, Jennifer, and Dr. Heidi Cornell. And we would accept Rachel not continuing for a second term. So however you want to do that motion, a thank you to Rachel with appreciation, and then a movement to allow these 3 individuals to have a second term on the SEAC.
This is Marvin Miller. I'll go ahead and make a motion to thank the 4 people for serving their first terms, and then approving that we forward on the 3 names of Heath, Jennifer, and Dr. Heidi Cornell to the state board for a second term.
Got a
I'll
motion.
second. I'm
And
sorry.
we've got a second.
This is
Who
Carrie
are-
Wallace.
Carrie Wallace.
Carrie Wallace.
Thank you, Carrie. Got a motion from Marvin Miller, second from Carrie Wallace. Any further discussion? All right, we will now vote with our magic poll that Pat is going to put up. Please place your vote, hit submit. The motion passes unanimously. I think somebody must have forgot to vote because somebody should have wanted to keep me out, I'm sure. Flaw in the system, we need to check the result. All right, next up, we're going to talk about filling open positions. Somebody wanted to take that, or do you want me to try?
I will take that for you, Heath. So I proposed to the 2 members of our membership committee that we slightly change our process this year. Last year and years previously, we had nominations come in that included incorrect information on the person. So I have developed a Google form specific to a person creating a nomination that will just give us the nominee's name, contact information, and if they want to include a letter of recommendation of why they are submitting this nominee. Then when I receive the form for a nominee, I will send to the applicant an application form that will contain all of the pertinent information about where they reside in the state, what their position is, what their relationship to the council would be, how they would fill the position, etc., so that it is filled out by the person so we know we get correct information. We have had issues in the past, especially with having incorrect state board regions noted. And then we try to prepare the motion for the board and the board says, hey, that person's in my district, not that other district. So we're trying to relieve that issue with a 2-step process. And if you would like to see the forms, I can pull those up and show them to you at this time.
Yes, Pat, can you do that, please?
Certainly. So I'm going to start with the nomination form. And it gives a little background as to the federal law that we are required to comply with, the positions we have open, and I will need to add Rachel's position to this form before I send it out. So I will do that before it becomes available. And then who has submitted the nomination? If they have a role in education, what their role is, and a letter of support. Those are not required fields. If they don't fill them out, they can still submit the form. Then for the application, they'll give us their first and last name, which position they're applying for, and again, I will need to add Rachel's position. whether or not they are a person with a disability or a parent of a child with a disability. And this is to specifically answer the meets requirement question, because we must have 51% of our members that are meeting requirements for IDEA. Then the next section, if they are an individual with a disability, they will complete this section. If they are not, they will skip it. If they are a person who works in a school district or they're the general education nominee, they will need to complete this section with their district name and information, their current position, and their, other information there. Then they will select their state board region. Yes. And this is simply a checkbox. And I'm not sure why it's not showing up that way. So I need to work on that a little bit more before we send it out. But that's what the nomination or the application looks like. Any questions regarding the nomination or application form?
Pat, Marvin here. I know I gave you some feedback the other day, but look at this again. Should we have it so, because someone could be a general education teacher and have a disability, can we put that check all that, can check all that apply?
Yes.
The top one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me wondered, and I don't want this to get too complex, and maybe it's too complex, is to show the other positions on there that may not be open, because positions do come open during the summer as people change jobs, and or I guess we just resend out. I was trying to figure out a way where you don't have to recreate this every single month, but I guess it's easy enough. So
yeah, it really doesn't take too much to recreate it if things come up, but yeah, so there are a couple adjustments that need to go on here before I send it out. And you will notice that the nomination form has an application window of April 23rd through May 6th, where the application runs April 30th. So we're giving them a little time to get nominees to me, and then I will start reaching out to those nominees with the application form, and they'll have until May 14th to complete. And that's so that we have time for then the membership committee to meet and make determinations of who they will recommend to the state board for approval of new membership.
thank you again, Pat, for all your work on this.
Thank you, Marvin.
And Pat, I'm assuming this would go to the state board at the June board meeting?
Correct. So that new members can take office at our July meeting.
Great, thanks.
Any other thoughts or discussion, questions for Pat on filling the open positions?
Okay, Kayla, I think we're ready for the next slide. Currently, we have 2 members who have volunteered for the membership review committee. Those are Jennifer King and Marvin Miller. We would like to have 2 additional council members participate in this selection. All of this review committee will be supported by myself, Bert, and possibly Laura to make sure that we are complying with all of the applicable laws in our recommendations. Do we have additional members who would volunteer?
I'll volunteer, Pat. This is Heidi.
Thank you, Heidi.
And Pat, this is Marvin here again. I'm not going to volunteer anyone, but I would recommend that maybe someone who is on their first year of the SEAC, who has just gone through this. I mean, I've been on a little while, so it's been a while since I did my first one, who went through the process recently and kind of know what hoops they had to jump through. Might be a valuable expertise to this little review committee too.
And I believe Heidi is a pretty new member, so she may add that expertise a little bit.
And I'm welcome. Someone else, if there's other people that are newer, you can certainly take my spot.
We still need a fourth spot, Heidi, so you can't get out of it already. You've got that. But it would be great if a fourth person jumped in there. This is an easier committee because it isn't somebody who has to do tasks all year necessarily. You know, this is a jump in, help make sure we've got the right people on board and we get the information out. And I think Marvin had a great point that some of you that just did this could be good, but I don't want to discourage anybody who's been on here a long time either. You have some experience and you know how it's changed over years. So if we have anybody else, feel free to raise your hand. I promise it's not going to be, you know, terrible, but it could be a good experience and it would help us a lot.
Probably a one-time 1 hour meeting.
This is Amy Zimmerman, and I'll be on the committee.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amy, Heidi, Jennifer, and Marvin.
Next slide.
We need to elect a new chair-elect to serve next year. So I will be moving on to past chair. Jennifer King will be moving on to chair. And we need to nominate somebody to serve as chair-elect. So I'm going to open up the floor for nominations.
If you have your video turned off, we will probably nominate you. That's how I got nominated years ago.
You had your video turned off?
Well, I walked out of the room for a minute.
Thanks. Same thing. Yeah. Okay, I'll make a nomination if they're willing, because they were the first to step up just a moment ago in there, but and has served on some committees and been active and participating. But I would nominate Heidi Cornell if she's willing.
If no one else jumps ahead for this, I would do it. Sure.
I love that enthusiasm.
It'll be a learning curve. You'll have to help me out.
The good news is you get to mostly watch for a whole year before you have to do anything. So I would just suggest you do better than I did and actually think, I'm going to be in that role next year. What should I do? Because I should have had that foresight. I did not.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that, speaking of Heath, because I only got to observe the virtual, so I'm a little nervous about that.
I'll help you, Jennifer. It'll be all right.
And so will KSDE staff. We will get you there and get you through it. So don't be too concerned.
Sounds
Do we have any additional nominations? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just saying thank you for the nomination, I guess.
Right, if we do not have any further nominations, I would accept a motion to accept Heidi as our nominated chair-elect.
This is Marvin Miller. I will go ahead and make a motion to nominate Heidi Cornell as our chair-elect for 2021-22 and future chair for 22-23.
Laura Thompson, and I'll second that motion.
Got a first from Marvin Miller, a second from Laura Thompson. Thank you very much. Now we'll move into the vote to approve the motion to elect Heidi Cornell as the chair-elect. Pat, do you have your wonderful poll?
Is option 1 yes and option 2 no?
Guessing Pat thought we might have 2 people nominated.
That is exactly what I thought. I'm sorry. It took me a second to get unmuted again. So yes, option 1 will be a yes confirming answer, and option 2 would be a declining response.
All right, go ahead and place your votes. Hit submit, please. Thank you for clarifying, Pat.
Looks like we have completed our vote.
All right, Heidi has been nominated and elected the chair-elect for SEAC. Congratulations, Heidi. Be excited to have you. And like you said, you've got lots of support and lots of time before you have to take the reins. So I think you'll do a fantastic job.
Thank you.
And next slide.
We are coming up to our lunch break on the agenda. I do want to ask, let me pull the agenda back up. The lunch break is officially supposed to start in 12 minutes. Either we have a longer lunch, we have a regular time lunch, and hope our TAS and follow-ups are that come after are here, or I think we could move my licensure update up to now, and I can have it done before 12. We have our regular break, and we'll be running ahead of schedule. Does that sound okay? I see some thumbs up and some head nods, so let's move the licensure committee updates forward. And then that'll help us, with the timing just a little bit. And we had more time on here because I had hoped that we would get further than we have. So I don't have a lot to report. What I can tell you is during our last meeting, we made the recommendation for a couple of things. A couple meetings ago, we had 2 subcommittees that we formed. We formed a subcommittee to talk to licensure about the director's license, and it had 2 issues. One issue was the struggles that many directors have had with their building leadership license moving from an initial to a professional. The second component was the new license that was being put through the system by KSDE, which actually has been going through the system for many, many years. And the second subcommittee on licensure was about teacher licensure. And it was about how we can get more staff to the field, how we can get more highly qualified staff into the field. And since the last meeting, we've had discussions over only the director licensure, because we're working with KSDE on this. And for good or bad, my thought was we're going to have to hit these one at a time, because those folks at KSDE work really hard. They're very busy, and we need to take the issues a little bit at a time. And I did talk to Michelle Miller about both of them on the phone. We had some discussions of what we could do with the director licensure, and she had followed up. We had a subcommittee meeting, and I'm going to tell you about the results of it just a little bit. And then I want to ask you more about the second issue with the new license. So with the first issue, moving from an initial to a professional, I don't believe KSDE fully understands how many people this is affecting. I was in a KC board meeting yesterday with 8 directors on there. It affected 4 of them, just to give you a number of how many people this has affected. My understanding, it affected our past president, our past president, our current president, all had these struggles. Through our surveys that you guys had access to in our last report, we've heard very, very different items from licensure when we call into KSDE and say, what do we need to do to move? And we believe part of that's because the thinking behind a lot of the licensure aligns very well with general education. It makes a lot of sense if you're a gen ed AP, if you're a gen ed principal, you're a gen ed district licensed person. When it comes to special education, we're not sure that everyone understands how that works. You know, what the different layers of administration are, and that's understandable. In the meeting, you know, I'd hoped we could come to a quick resolution, and we did not. And I really think some of it gets lost in translation. And there are many people in here that were in that part of that meeting. And I think, honestly, to many of us on the special ed side, we see how it could be clearly done fairly easily. That there are some positions that relate closely to a building level licensure. They work with staff in buildings, like say they work at a co-op. Their job is to hire building staff, evaluate building staff, go support people in building staff. Frequently, those are called coordinators. Sometimes that's your assistant director. Those types of folks doing those duties with staff in a building that aren't working on the district budget and not working on, you know, some of those items, we believe should qualify for the building leadership license and to move to the professional. And many of them have, but many of them have heard different stories. So how we ended that meeting, and it was on the 7th or the 8th of April, I offered to put something together just to offer clarity, because I don't think the communication was going well in that meeting and we weren't all understanding each other, but I thought I could just write it down and make it simple. So I followed up after the meeting and emailed Susan Hulbert a clarifying question. Like, I need to really understand. She sent me a document with regs, and then with regs crossed out and new wording. I don't know what the regs are, and that's what I really needed to know. I heard back from her at the end of the day on the 19th. And I apologize, but on the end of the day at the 19th, I worked for another project till 9:30 at night. I was in meetings all day yesterday. Haven't had time to go through and try to write that in a clarifying way. So the next step for the committee for the director's licensure is I'm going to look at the documents they sent me and the information she got back to me on and try to come up with a way that we can resolve this. And we want to resolve it for the directors who were affected in the past. And we want to find a way to prevent it from being a problem in the future. We had several people that had ideas that we think that would make it, we could be done very, very simple. So I hope that can happen. For the other issue, and this is what I want to talk to you about and ask your opinion. We've had a lot of discussion in the subcommittee on that new special ed director license. And what has come out is the primary reason for doing it is to help out-of-state people who come in with a license that says special ed director get a spot. But it has caused a lot of issues with, we're really worried it will limit applicants. I know of my boss is a special ed director that came from gen ed as a principal. There's another director in my region, Miles in Butler County, who is an outstanding director who came from general ed as a principal. I know some people who came from special ed that also moved into the role of a general education administrator. I was an assistant superintendent in my last role. So I know in my region, we've also got a gentleman who was a superintendent. We've got a couple of them who moved into sped director. So the thought thinking is that role as a district leader, where you're looking at budgets, you know, you're looking at scheduling, you're looking at the big picture, is very similar, whether you're a gen ed district leader, whether you're special ed. Right now, there's only one license, and the majority, not everybody feels that's good, because then you can move back and forth. And we don't always know the content. That is the problem. Sometimes people move in and don't know the special ed content. The content is something that you can be taught, that you can learn, that you can get support. It's the ability, it's the leadership style. All of this to say, the preference of the subcommittee that came out in that discussion was that we request they do away with the new special ed director's license. That was the overall feeling. Just because it didn't seem to have, it just seemed very complicated and worried about what it could be in the future. So I want to know from this group, what are your thoughts about, as SEAC, just recommending that they don't move forward with that new special ed director license?
Heath, Marvin here, because I was part of the group whenever we first started this 5 years ago or whatever. And that was the solution that many special ed directors at that time thought would be the best. I think after 5 years, we've realized that it isn't the best and doesn't meet the needs of the current special education directors. So I would agree with you. If that's not meeting the need, we're already roadblocks with legislative and regulatory stuff, let's go ahead and no longer pursue that. I'd be completely good with that.
Thank you, Marvin.
Let me add something there too that's tangential, but as many of you may know, the governor did sign a bill yesterday recognizing out-of-state licenses, which would affect special ed director licenses if they're coming from out of state, which was one of the purposes of this as well. And that may have more impact on this as we figure this out going forward.
Yeah. Thanks, Marvin. Other thoughts? So Pat, Bert, would it be appropriate here to have a vote just to see if people feel that they're okay? A vote or I'm saying for a motion for SEAC to request that KSDE discontinue pursuing that license. Would that be appropriate, or do we need to have it on the agenda differently than we do?
I'm muted. Since you have licensure on the agenda, Heath, then that would be up to the SEAC to decide if the motion was could be made, and you could make the motion and SEAC could vote, and then we move forward whatever SEAC decides.
Thank you, Bert.
Heath, can I interject one more time? And I forget who is our higher educational institution representative now. Is that Tobias now? Okay. Part of this 5 years ago was with the understanding that our schools would develop these licensure programs. I don't think anyone has, because they wait for the regulations to come out. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. And we did have multiple people from higher education in on the subcommittee as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think the desire was to make sure that at the end of the day, our general ed principal, our regular licensures have a little bit more stronger special ed in them. And I think that's a better path to pursue in the future.
And the subcommittee would agree with you on that. That was something we talked about. So I would entertain the motion for SEAC to request that KSDE discontinue the current plans to add a special education director license.
This is Marvin. Since no one else is speaking up, I will go ahead and make that motion as you just stated, that we will discontinue pursuing a special ed license.
I will second that motion.
Thank you, Marvin. Thank you,
Who
Trish.
was-
We've got a motion.
Oh, that was Trish. Thank you.
Yeah. We've got a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? All right, let's move to a vote. Pat, do you have anything handy for us?
I will create something. It will just take a second.
While she's creating, I'll just say that that's going to be the end of the licensure update. As for the teacher piece, I want to continue that once we get the director settled. And what the teacher piece has is a group of folks, and we're having SEAC, Casey, and other outside people in both of these subcommittees. They have a lot of ideas on how KSDE can support our plans, and some ideas on how we can get outside support going on. So it's just more of a brainstorming group, and we're going to continue that soon.
So Keith, on the group that is brainstorming the teacher piece of it, are you talking, is it the licensure piece, or are you talking recruitment retention?
Yes. you know, we started out with licensure, but we're just looking at how we can get more teachers. So the conversation expanded a little bit into recruitment, retention. That's where at the last meeting, there were some ideas of how TASN, we were wondering if they could support some of those
So
ideas.
has Nikki been a part of those? Nikki Hyman from our KansasTeachingJobs.com.
We haven't had a meeting in a while. I'm not sure if she had her current position, but she has not been on those to this point.
Okay. So that will be, so she would be someone who I want to include on that, since we have lots of activities happening on that side with that project.
Excellent point. Thank you, Karen. Right, we've got the vote up. Pat, thank you so much for being quick with that. Please hit approve if you approve, disapprove if that's where your beliefs lie, and hit submit for the motion regarding the recommendation of KSDE for the new special education director's license.
I want to make sure we give everyone plenty of time to consider this one, because since it was new information and not a planned vote. So, and I'm not sure we've got all members voting yet. So we'll give it just another little bit.
Faster we vote, the faster we go to lunch.
It would appear that voting has stopped. I will end the poll and share the results.
All right, that motion has passed with 88% of the votes. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to move into lunch. It's a 45-minute lunch. It's 12:03 right now, and I think it will work unless anybody objects to come back at 12:48. All right, I'll see you at 12:48.
And of course, it's a baseball game. Oh, of course. I know. You're gonna have a great day. I know.
Good afternoon, Amy.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
Good. I'm ready to give a quick update.
Great. I think Pat and everyone will be back in just a second. Hopefully.
I see Pat's smiling face.
Yep, we'll be starting in about a minute.
All right, everyone, welcome back from lunch. I hope you found time to relax and eat lunch instead of just trying to get work done, which is so easy to do when you're online all of the time. Next up on our agenda, we've got the TASN follow-up from the January discussion with Crystal and Amy. All right.
Yes. So at the January discussion, one of the topics that came up was brainstorming ways to garner feedback regarding TASN from district leadership. And I wanted to let you know that we've taken some action in collaboration with KSDE leaders, the coordination project, some recent district leadership, and an external evaluator. We have designed and deployed a survey that has gone out to special education and general education district leadership across the state. So one of our big tasks was identifying these people. So we spent a lot of time on websites. We're able to get some of those big lists from KSDE, including superintendents and directors of special education. But we wanted this feedback request to go out more widely than that, to include assistant superintendents, assistant special education directors, directors of curriculum. And the survey asked for feedback regarding TASN resources, professional development, coaching, technical assistance, and in general, whether the TASN system is meeting the district's needs and ideas for improving the TASN system. There are also options to respond related to specific projects. We are not analyzing the data. We have contracted that out to an external evaluator. Her name's Julie Morrison, and I happen to have her book right here. I go to her for a lot of external evaluation pieces. Her most recent book is Advancing Evidence-Based Practice Through Program Evaluation. And so she had some influence in the design of the survey and will be analyzing all of the data and create a new report for KSDE. Then probably at the next SEAC meeting, if you would like us to, we can give you a summary of what that report says. But where we're focused right now is getting a good response rate so that it can really inform decisions. And I'm happy to announce that as of an hour ago, 74% of all special education organizations in Kansas have a response to the survey. So that feels really, really good. Looking at general education leadership, we have responses from 51% of all of the USDs in Kansas. So that difference is looking at cooperatives that serve multiple districts versus potentially a superintendent that serves one district. Really excited to have this feedback. That it is not a one-time piece. It becomes part of the evaluation process. The very last question on the survey asked if the participants would be willing to participate in focus groups, which we are anticipating for next school year. And in these focus groups, really looking at organizing them potentially around district size or how the district receives special education support to determine whether there are variations in how effective the TASN system is in meeting the needs of districts with different demographics, both for size and for their students. So that's my very short update. I'm excited to be able to share data with you here eventually, and really conscientious at this point not to try to make conclusions when we have a subset of data that is not yet complete.
Excellent. Thank you, Amy. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or feedback for Amy? I will say, while others are thinking that I greatly appreciate your work on this and looking at it, I think the survey was fantastic, and that information, as you described it, and would be very helpful. Having the different focus groups, the different sizes of districts, I think is very helpful. I do have a question though. I know I'd emailed you. One of the questions says, have you ever worked with TASN? Basically, that's not a quote. And as I was reading that, I was like, wow, you know, I've been doing this for over a decade. Does it matter if I worked with TASN a decade ago and I'm struggling to get support now? Or, you know, how to consider that? And I think you said you'd go back in and try to clarify. How did you go back in and try to clarify that?
Yes, so actually it was great having you be one of the first people to take the survey. And so in the directions at the top of the survey, we actually asked people to think about the last 3 years. We didn't want it just to be one because of COVID. You know, last year was kind of a mess too. And so that's why we chose that 3-year mark in order to clarify that we do want it to be a relatively recent reflection.
Good, thank you.
But really appreciate the fact that you responded about that so quickly so that it did not impact very many people to have this vagueness in the response.
I appreciate your speed on and willingness to make some adjustments there.
Always open to feedback. And I'm sorry to leave you all, but I have a prior meeting with the school district and don't want to hold them up. So I'm going to pass it off to Crystal, but I will stay on for the next 5 minutes and then I'm going to disappear.
All right. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. And Heath, I echo Amy saying thank you for helping get the word out about the survey. I know you've been talking to people all over the place and trying to get that. So I'm sure that that response rate is partially due to that. So we are very excited about the data and looking forward to seeing the analysis so we can make some decisions about what things may need to be different or what things may need to be ramped up or things that we need to just keep doing. So we're really looking forward to that. I wasn't sure. I know that at last meeting we had talked about, you know, let's get this survey data as a first, you know, to really dig down into this conversation about TASN. So I wasn't sure if there was any particular TASN work that you would want to know more information about specifically today. One thing that I did want to highlight is that I believe that Carrie had alluded at the previous one also that we do have some new work going on that started this year with the TASN 3.0. One of the changes that was made is we used to have one project that was both recruitment and retention. And there is additional support being put towards that this year. And what that looks like is it was the creation of basically 2 separate projects out of that in that one that we used to have. And so the recruitment project is headed up by Nikki Heineman at Greenbush. And this is the project that maintains the Kansas Educational Employment Board or KansasTeachingJobs.com, however you're used to thinking of that. And so this year, in terms of recruitment, there are additional outcomes for this particular project that looks at increasing awareness and understanding understanding of recruitment strategies and ways that we can help districts look at various pieces of data that will help attract teachers to your districts. And so one of the outcomes in that particular project involves looking at one of our federal centers called the Cedar Center that deals specifically with those helping to identify those factors that seem to influence recruitment the most. So that'll be an expansion of the recruitment work. Nikki is also going, through Zoom, you can get a lot of meetings done. And so she has been meeting with districts all over the state and talking about everyone is nervous right now because they're having trouble getting teachers to teach summer school. They're having trouble at filling positions. And so we anticipate learning more as we approach the spring in terms of understanding how many teachers may not be coming back and looking at how we can help to ramp up support for recruitment. The retention project is now housed at Pittsburgh State University. And that is the primary support that is provided by that project is the e-mentoring for early career special education teachers. So we can support teachers up to 3 years in that project as they are getting up and running in their special education jobs. Again, we haven't seen the retention data from this year, but up until this year, we have had an average of about a 95% retention rate of those teachers who received mentoring and support from that project. So we are looking at how do we expand on that. One purpose and that this project will serve is also because it's now located at Pittsburgh State, we have access to teacher education and working with the teacher prep folks and collaborating together to sort of look at, are there things we could be supporting teachers to know or understand prior to them going out into the field, and trying to look at how we can sort of help front load the efforts so to increase their success as they move from that. So that these projects are both new in that way. So the new work is underway, and we are starting to have some meetings with our teacher prep folks, and hopefully that's something that we can build on and expand as we go forward. So with that, are there other questions, or could I offer that if you would like to know more about any of the projects, I can certainly arrange to have project staff come to present to you all. I know we've done that in the past. Or if you have specific questions that you would like for me to answer, we can talk about that. So questions from anyone? Okay, well, as always, feel free to visit the TASN website, ksdetasn.org. There are descriptions of all the projects. There are, you can look at events that are on our calendar and have a pretty good understanding of what kind of support we're out providing. So if there's anything that I can provide to you in addition, just let me know. And in the meantime, we'll wait for our survey results and the analysis, and then we will have some great information to plan around. So thank you for your attention and time today.
So thank you, Crystal. This is Carrie Haig, and appreciate that nice summary and an update. As I'm sitting here and thinking about some of our newer members, as well as some of how the work of the projects have advanced through the years. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the opportunities that we hope to have at leadership conferences this summer for people to interact with closer with the TASN, with the providers that make up that group, since they are so diverse and do so many different things. I know it's kind of overwhelming for some to just hear it and see the list of all the different areas that this work covers.
Yeah, so we're still in some planning around how we can set it up for the attendees at the leadership conference to do some networking with our TASN providers. Some of them will be providing sessions at the leadership conference, so that's kind of a natural way, but I don't quite have the answer yet in terms of how we're going to be able to make sure. And so we're kind of tossing around ideas about, would we have a, some type of open office hours, where people could come and find out about each of the projects, but we don't have that nailed down just yet.
Because I was thinking especially the one where we took the co-teaching work and then the instructional technology work, those were separate, and now those have been joined at the hip, so to speak. And they and the name of that project is focused on quality instruction in inclusive environments, and that work very much focuses on promoting inclusive practices, high quality instruction, specially designed instruction, universal design for learning, as well as continuing some of those prior efforts. So that was the one I was thinking about.
Yeah, right. And as Carrie said, this is, of course, many of our districts, over 90%, belong to Infinitec, and so have been providing support out to districts for several years. And we also had a co-teaching project that initially started as one of our state personnel development grants, and then we were able to sustain that as the funding for that in the personnel development grant ended. We were able to do that. And so the collaboration between and among the TASN providers has given us an opportunity to kind of yield some higher level, I think, supports. And so what Carrie is talking about is our co-teaching manager and our Infinitec folks have come together and said, how do we marry all of this together so that we can create learning environments that truly are inclusive, that include the instructional technology that a student may need, as well as the approach to the teaching strategies, instructional strategies that are used. And so we now sort of have, within that project, we have independent work of Infinitec, we have some independent work of co-teaching, and then we also have what we're calling Access for All, that is really helping to start bringing all of this together and manage that kind of thing within a classroom. And so we're really excited to see we've got about 5 districts that are working with us on that this year, and so, or for now. So we will be collecting data and we'll be able to give you more information about the learning that has come out of that.
Crystal.
Right. Thank you, TASN. And, just because we do have somebody new on the group right now with Chair Porter, I just want to review where some of this came from. I was on a committee with Chair Porter several years ago to review TASN, and he probably knows I was one of TASN's biggest fans. And I was one of TASN's biggest users too. I was using every piece of it I could. And some of this came about as I moved into a new district, and I found some roadblocks in some projects to get support. And I talked to some other directors who had also found roadblocks to get support. And we saw some opportunities for spread of the good work that they do that weren't being taken advantage of. And we, through SEAC, and we had a discussion on, you know, the mission and the vision of TASN and how is it supporting everybody and how does it know it's supporting everybody, as opposed, because the data they have is usually for their districts they work with. So I work with you, but I don't work, we have districts A and B. Well, I'm not going to work with A because they don't fit my model. I'm only going to work with B because they fit my model and my data is great. That's going to happen. That's like regular ed teaching. So they've been very responsive, and they've sent out a survey trying to collect data to help them make decisions in the future. And even we've had discussions with a subcommittee on teacher licensure, how to recruit and retain more teachers. And you know, you probably have that in the works before we had the subcommittee, but it sure seems like it's super responsive, right? It's right in line with what we're asking and what we're looking for. So really appreciate your work, appreciate your flexibility. That's always been part of to me, the power of TASN is your ability to problem solve and overcome challenges and support districts out there. So thank you for your work. Next up on the agenda, we've got the licensure committee updates, which we already had. So we're going to move over that and move over to the legislative special education update. And a lot of things have already been covered, but Laura and I had some discussions on the side. She does have some information for you. And I'll just let Laura go ahead and talk, but don't have a whole lot here because Craig covered quite a bit.
Yeah, thanks, Heath. May I share my screen to whoever is holding the power? Heath and I visited a little bit via email that Craig covered what I would have covered. And also, I thought Heath's comments to you all were really great in terms of, you know, if you have heard things in Craig's presentation that are concerning to you, take action, talk to your legislator. And Heath and I thought it might be helpful just to really quickly kind of go over the logistics of that, if that's not something that you all are terribly familiar with. But if you have concerns, even if you don't have concerns, I still think it's a good idea to connect with your legislator. Right, so that they're when they're voting, you know, being informed about what their constituents think. So let me just show you a few options for how you might do that. So here is the Kansas Legislature's webpage, and I'm going to put that link in the chat. So that's kslegislature.org. And so there's a few different features here that I want to show you. I've opened up this menu over here on the left that says find your legislator. And so that was a great tip from Heath. You know, please contact your legislator. But maybe some of you are thinking, I don't know who my legislator is. I should know that. I don't want to ask. I will feel embarrassed. It's okay. Just come to this website. And there's lots of ways you can look up your legislator. The easiest way, I think, is to click search by your address, which will open this other tab here called openstates.org. And here you can enter your address and search to find who
Laura.
Yeah.
I am sorry, but I don't believe we're seeing your screen.
Oh my, I'm
it
so
says
sorry.
It started sharing. There we go.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay, let me know if something happens again, because for some reason it's saying my screen share is paused, but I don't know why it's saying that. Okay. So are you seeing the Kansas Legislature's website now?
No, we are seeing Discover Politics in Your State.
I wonder why. Usually when you click between tabs, you know, usually it moves back and forth.
There you go.
Okay, so maybe I just need to do a new share every time I go to a new tab. So here at the KS Legislature website, you click search your address. It takes you to openstates.org. And you can enter your address and search for who your representative is in the House and who your senator is in the Kansas Senate. Now, if you work outside of your home in really any distance away, if you're in a place like Wichita or Johnson County, I encourage you to look who your legislator is both at your home and where you work. because really you should be talking to both of those people if you're reaching out to them as a professional. So that's how you can contact individual legislators. If you know that there are certain committees that are working on a bill that you're interested in, and probably that would be Senate Education, House Education, House K-12 budget, for example. If you are on the Kansas Legislature webpage and you click the committees tab, which is where I am now, you will see the committees of the House, and you will see the committees of the Senate, and you will see the joint committees. And if you come into a committee page, it will have for you the chair and the vice chair, the ranking minority, and you can click on these. These are all links that will tell you about that legislator, give you contact information for them, let you know what other committees they're on, and all of the bills that have gone through that committee. So this is kind of an odd moment, right, going through a legislative session during the COVID-19 pandemic, because in a lot of ways, you might think, I can't go to Topeka, that would just be a big hassle right now. I've got too much going on. But what's nice about this legislative session is really the legislature is more accessible than they've ever been. They have a really great audiovisual setup now with Cisco, with WebEx. And so there are video cameras and there are speakers and microphones in all committee rooms. And so what's been really interesting this session is how there's been conferees who testified on bills from all over the state and all over the country. And so really the legislature can get a much wider perspective right now, because before it was just people who were willing to come to Topeka. So where I am now is also from the Kansas Legislature webpage. Let me actually go back out. So on the main page up here at the top, if you click audio video, well, don't click it, hover over it. If you click State House Live and Archive, that takes you to, this new sharing is so bizarre. It takes you to this calendar where it tells you here for Thursday, April 22, here's everything that's going on. Here's the times that it's going on. And you can click and you can go straight to it. And if it already happened, you can go back and listen to or watch a recording. You can watch things that are live. So you can watch the State House all day long, should that be something you're interested in. Another way to watch the legislature this session is on their YouTube channel, which they've had for a couple of years, but definitely with their new system, it's much more robust than it was before. So all of their committees are live streamed, live House sessions, live Senate sessions. And so you can come to their YouTube channel and you can find them on there. If you are looking for, if you're thinking, all right, we're all the way to April, and I don't really, Craig was very helpful, but other than what Craig told me this morning, I don't really have a good handle on what all has passed. So to me, the best source for that information is the Kansas Legislative Research Department. And so here is their page, and how I got to that was, again, I started at kslegislature.org. Over here on the left, I just clicked on Research Department. Now I've got to share my screen again. And once you get to the Legislative Research Department website, I just clicked on Recent Publications. And this one with the fancy new button will give you a summary of everything the legislature has passed so far. So it's a document that's like over 200 pages. But what you can just do a keyword search, right, for things that you're interested in to see if they've taken any action on. So that would kind of be a good way to catch up, at least in terms of what has passed so far. Now, attempting to come into the session at this point and figure out what's still alive and figure out where it is, and that's a little easier said than done. It gets pretty convoluted by this point in the session. And so that's where I recommend that, when you've exhausted all of these great official resources, I think Twitter is also an excellent way to figure out what's going on in the Kansas legislature. And so here's the Twitter webpage, and all I did was do a search for hashtag KSLeg, which is a very popular Twitter handle for the Kansas legislature. And once you peruse these tweets, you're going to find a lot that you don't care for, which is fine, but you're going to also find a lot of really great stuff. and some really reputable people that you can follow. Stephen Coranda being one of them. Kansas Association of School Board does an excellent job tweeting about their involvement in the legislature and tracking things. And there's all kinds of advocacy groups and lobbyists who are doing this for their jobs and then tweeting about it. And so that's kind of a good way to just quickly get up to speed if you don't really have the time to immerse yourself in everything. And often you can find out things on Twitter before they become a news story, right? It's just a really quick way to get information. So Heath and I just thought that providing you maybe some, logistics of how you might do this might be helpful. But Heath and I are happy to answer your questions on logistics or impact of legislation or anything you guys got. Marvin Miller with the breaking news. We didn't even get it from Twitter, you guys. We got it here in the SEAC meeting. I was kind of wondering that, right? Because the bills that Craig talked about this morning, and I haven't looked to see what all she vetoed, they were enrolled and presented to the governor, several of them on April 16. She then has 10 days by which either to veto them or they become law, or sign them, or they become law without her signature. So that clock was ticking down. There you go. Yeah, civics test was the one I was, in particular to this group was something I was thinking about, the impact of that civics test and the personal financial literacy on students with disabilities. And Craig's correct, of course, that a child's IEP would apply and those accommodations would apply, but I'm sure as he was presenting, all of you were thinking about groups of kids for which that was going to be a challenge. All right, that's all I got, Heath.
Thank you, Laura. I really hope that helps some people and encourages them to go out and advocate for whatever it is that they believe. I can tell you that I have been in Topeka and sat through some committee discussions, and I've heard them online where I hear legislators say about an issue, well, I haven't heard anybody in opposition to this, or I haven't heard from my constituents that they approve this. When it's an anti-education bill or an education bill or a bill that I believe is not helpful for education, I really have to wonder about that. I have to wonder why, with the thousands of educators across the state, we haven't flooded their box with emails. We haven't flooded their phone with calls. We haven't been to their door. And I think when those issues come up, you've got to reach out. It's not too difficult. Send a brief email, provide some information, but just stay informed. And I think Laura provided you some excellent information on how to stay informed, where to stay informed. I put in the chat some of the Twitter pieces that I personally follow just to get information. And like Laura said, sometimes that does show up there, faster than it hits the news. Some of those folks sit in those meetings and just tweet out about the whole thing. So you can get a good recap there. I've found out things, watch at my son's soccer practice before during some good conference committees. So it works out. All right. Next up on the agenda, we have the council member updates. Just making sure I was in the right spot. I move things around. First up on the list, Families Together.
Okay, so I'll wait a second here, and Pat was going to let me share my screen. All right, are you guys seeing my screen? I see it, yeah, okay, great. Okay, so just quickly, I'll go through here. As a reminder, this is a data report that we collect. We look at it monthly typically, but I give it to you guys quarterly. And so this would be for the period of January 1 through March 31 of this year. And I think what I'll do is just kind of point out some places that struck me when I kind of compared the last quarter to this quarter. And so first off, I'll just tell you that when you see Tier 1 PA, that stands for Parent Assistance. And so that's just an internal acronym that we use. So one thing that was added to this, so you'll see at the top there, we had 1,418 individualized consultations or training. So that stands for people, basically. So we touched that many people during this quarter, and then the pie chart lets you know what that consisted of. And the one thing that was added to this one that was not in your last report was our student assistant. So that one-on-one that we do with transition age students was added. And so that's at 2% of this particular quarter. And then on the ethnicity breakdown, I just want to say we've made some changes internally that I feel like we're getting much better data there as well. So in the past, that not determined category was higher than I wanted to see it. So we really looked into what was happening. And so happy to say that that is a better reflection of our ethnicity breakdown. And then on the, move down here a little bit. So when you look at the primary disability, so this just says, what are the disabilities of the people that received those individualized consultations or attended training? And there may be more than one child, you know, it may be that, you know, the parent is at a training and has 3 children, you know, so these numbers don't always add up exactly how you might think if you're thinking of a one-on-one. But the things I noticed in this particular quarter were that our specific learning disability category jumped up quite a bit. It was 53 during the last quarter, and it jumped up to 100. And then other health impairment jumped down. It was 165 last quarter. Emotional disability jumped up. It was 26 last quarter, and it is 65 for this one. And then gifted dropped a bit. It was 30, or I guess it jumped. It was 33 this time, and then 17 last time. So those are just kind of when you compare the last quarter. And then likewise on this, this would be directly related to those people that we did individualized consultation. So this wouldn't be related to the training. So this is people either calling or emailing or coming by. What did they want to talk about? And the remote learning, I noticed was down. It's 49 this time, and it was 134 last time, which, you know, stands to reason. And then the other thing I noted was that formal complaint jumped up quite a bit. It was 10 last time, and it was 37 this time. And that was enough of a jump, frankly, that I did a little deeper dive into it. And I think some of it is honestly has made me realize we're gonna have to do some staff training on that, because a couple of them, that is not, I think, what should have been chosen. So I don't think that's as big as a jump as this appears. Some of them, for instance, teasing out what was related to Section 504. So a couple of them were actually Section 504 complaints, where I want, kind of to make that distinction for you all. And then some of them were, a parent had referenced past formal complaints. So it wasn't necessarily that the parent was thinking about a formal complaint right now. So we just, I guess all this to say that we can delve a little more deeply. So if you ever see anything where you kind of want more information, when I see things like this, I look at it and think about what more do I want to know. So those kind of stood out to me on this quarter. And then let's see what else here. So on the education advocate piece there, just want to tell you when it has that little asterisk and says new and final. What that means is that, for instance, in January, there were 109 official appointments made. So where a student was appointed an education advocate, and of that 109, 46 of those were brand new students. So students that we didn't already have in the system. Okay, and then on the cancellations, that 99, means that there were 99 education advocates that were canceled from their responsibility. And of that, 35 were final cancellations, meaning the child either aged out, no longer received services, or maybe an adoption was finalized. And so that's what those mean. And then you can see there our upcoming events. Most of them are still virtual, but I am excited and hope it happens that we're doing a team empowerment conference with USD 500. That's Kansas City, Kansas. Super excited about the collaboration. You know, they attended our family employment awareness virtual training, and they were really happy with that training and how it went, and wanted to reach out and collaborate a little bit more and want to really build partnerships with us and with the families in their district. And so they've invited us to work with them to put on a team empowerment conference for their families. And so that's scheduled for June 12th, and it is going to be held at their administration building, because they're really trying to tell these parents that they're welcome there. And so that's kind of the message they're wanting to send. And then they are also going to be holding a transition fair for families in the parking lot on the same day. And the actual event is isn't just for families of kids 14 and up, or in that, you know, high school to adulthood transition, but the fair, I think, is going to be focused on that age group. So I think that's it. Any questions for me?
All right.
You guys are quiet.
Thank you, Leslie. They're quiet because you give such a wonderful, comprehensive.
Yeah. We can pretend that's the reason. Huh?
Every time.
Thank you.
I've had to follow you with updates for a while, and I'm always like, man, I should have some charts and graphs. I mean, I ask Laura where her charts and graphs are every time she's shown data, and she's like, we'll get there, but I don't bring it. So how hypocritical of me. I need my own charts. But thank you very much. It's good information. It also makes me think about, you know, the data that I've in my own district and how we can improve that. And I love seeing that, you know, the questions about remote have gone down, but we've still got some areas that we really need to work on, and it gives us good information on what to focus on.
Sure. And Heath, I'll just say too, for everyone, I think I've said it before, but we can pull specific information per district too. You know, that I, you know, obviously wouldn't be able to give any kind of information that would be identifiable, but, you know, if somebody wanted to know what the numbers look like and what the content areas look like for a particular district, just reach out to me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And how you're trending. Because I say this a lot, and I'm going to say it till I always see it. I think it's very important. Are you getting more of one area? Are you getting more issues? You know, are you getting less? Because even if the numbers are, regardless of where they are, what direction are you working? So.
And I just add that we view it as a positive when parents and districts are reaching out to us, because, you know, a lot of times districts are the ones that give them our information, and that's what we're here for, to help with that process.
Thank you so much. Next up, we've got Casey. I'll start with that. And if any other members would like to talk, you can. Since our last SEAC meeting, we did have a KC conference. It was actually a hybrid. So we had some people attending there live, which was interesting. It was fun, right? It was different because we're all sitting far apart. We're wearing masks. Some of the speakers were there. Some of them were away, but it was nice to have that step in a different direction, having a hybrid conference. Last year, we were lucky that we had an in-person conference before the whole thing went. As an organization, I want to let you know that some of what we've shared with you today legislatively has been shared with Casey. Back in the day, we had one gentleman for a long time, Terry Collins, who was our legislative chair. And then I bothered him enough. I was his co-chair for a little bit. We actually put together a committee, and then Terry retired and we brought in Patty. And since I moved into the president role, Patty's been doing it solo, and she has an excellent committee that does a lot of work legislatively and sends a lot of information out to KC members to help clear that path and make it easy. Some of the information like Laura showed you, how to make it easy to contact, some talking points, that type of thing, are what we try to do to make sure we are having our voices heard. And additionally, we've had the two subcommittees here on SEAC. I've had KC members join that as well as outside folks. So both the licensure committees have had multiple SEAC members, multiple KC members, and we've had people from higher ed and, you know, community members join us as well. So Casey's been very involved this year. but a lot of the year has been about buckling down and trying to figure out how to get through the pandemic. So, you know, a lot of the outside things aren't happening. Most things are focused on the pandemic, and we really appreciate, I will say, for Casey and directors, the work that the KSDE SETS team has done through the quarterly updates and through the community of practice meetings. Those, I think, have been a lifesaver in helping us get organized, and it gives us a great time to collaborate and coordinate as well. So that's what I've got for Casey. Does anybody have feedback, questions, thoughts? All right.
We had a great time at the conference. Western Kansas was well represented in face-to-face.
Yes, we had a good count of people that showed up for the face-to-face portion. It was nice. All right, I think we're ready for disability rights. I think I saw, no, you weren't here in the beginning, but I was scrolling through and I think I saw Rocky is on here.
Yep, I'm here. So yeah, I just wanted to bring your attention to a couple of different brochures, materials that we've put together. I think Pat's going to email these out as well. For some reason, our website's down right now. I'll have to contact our web host. Oh, no, they're working now. If you want, Pat or whomever, if you can give me the ability to display my screen, I can pull these up in real time as well. So just give me 1 second. Here we are. Okay. So I can't remember if we covered this one of the four, but we did a new fact sheet on special education rights during the pandemic. And that's available. I think on all of these, we have them available as plain text for screen readers. And then we also have a PDF version as well. And so this is obviously something that will be, you all will be interested to, and the families and children that you serve will be interested in as well. And I think I have to change the screen share every time. So give me just a second to hop back and forth in between this. All right. Hopefully it's changed to child tax credit 2021. Can everyone see that? Okay, so I'm gonna click this. Is it bringing up the PDF, or do I have to reshare the screen again? It's bringing it up. Okay, so one of the really cool things about the latest version of the Recovery Act that was passed by Congress is there was a pretty monumental change to the child tax credit that will impact a lot of families who are either of lower socioeconomic status, who you may serve in your schools, and a lot of people with disabilities. Essentially, previously, the child tax credit, you can only maximize and get the entirety of the child tax credit if you worked and if you earned, if you're a middle income or higher earning family. If you were lower income, lower socioeconomic, or a person with a disability who maybe all they get is Social Security disability, you would not benefit from the entirety of the tax credit. So Congress changed that, made it far more progressive so that the tax credit is in its entirety goes to those on the lower end of the pay scale, and which would include people with disabilities who are just living off of Social Security disability, and it's entirely refundable. Another really cool thing that they did is they increased. Previously, it was $2,000 per child, but only $1,400 was refundable. So again, you had to earn money in order to qualify for the tax credit. They increased that from $2,000 to $3,600 per child, 6 and under, and then 3,000 per child 6 to 17. And it now includes 17-year-olds, where before the cutoff was prior to 17. So they increased the tax credit, and this is going to pull a lot of kids out of poverty. It's going to help a lot of families by pulling the families out of poverty and pulling the children out of poverty as well. So increased it, made it fully refundable, and they're also going to prepay the tax credit for those who are in lower socioeconomic status. And so that's spelled out here in the flyer, but essentially for a lot of people with disabilities who maybe all that they're getting is Social Security disability and maybe a part-time job, half of that tax credit, which I'll jump back up to that again, which again was, if you've got 2 kids under the age of 6, you know, that's $3,600 per child. So you're talking $7,200. Half of that will be coming to you in the form of monthly payments, kind of like monthly stimulus checks from the months of July through December. So let's say you've got 2 kids, half of that $7,200 or $3,600 is going to be spread out over the 6 months of July through December. So you're going to get many stimulus checks over each of those months. And talk about an awesome way to help people who were struggling during the pandemic. You know, from the 6 months of July to December, they're going to be getting pretty significant stimulus checks each month that will help them navigate these issues. So we're pretty excited about that. And we, because it impacts a lot of people with disabilities, we went ahead and did a flyer on it. And then we'll pull up the next one. Hopefully it's switched now to show the guardianship and conservatorship one. So this is just an alternative to guardianship and conservatorship brochure that we did. Bert and his team, when they put out the new parent summary parent guide, or that was put together by the Porter Work Group, it will, one of the links of the dozens and dozens of links in that document will link to this. So just promoting different alternatives to guardianship, questions and answers to help guardians and their wards and people with disabilities understand that there are other alternatives out there. And then let me see what else we wanted to cover. There was one other, I think. So we got the fact sheet during COVID. Hold on one second. What was the final one?
It was the special education during the pandemic, wasn't it?
No, that's the first one I covered. The last one is economic impact payment. So essentially, separate from the child tax credit issue, Congress also enacted new economic impact payments, which has created a lot of questions for us at the Disability Rights Center from people with disabilities. You know, is this going to impact my disability payments? Is it going to impact my Medicaid eligibility? You know, things like that. And so we also did a flyer on that. And so I'm pulling that up here. Give me one second. Economic impact payments. So hopefully it's switched to that. Essentially, the good news is that these economic impact payments or stimulus payments are being treated like the last round. It's not going to impact Medicaid eligibility. It's not going to impact HCBS eligibility. It's not going to hurt people from qualifying for SSI disability or other things. It's truly a stimulus, and it's not going to have any other negative ramifications. But so just a couple of new brochures, flyers that we did, we want to share with you all.
Right, thank you, Rocky. Does anybody have any questions or feedback for Rocky?
I have a question. This is Jim. Rocky, why don't you bring this group up to date on our sub-minimum wage conversation with KDADS. I think that might be something that people would be interested in.
Oh, sure. That's a great idea, Jim. So KDADS has been interested for some time in trying to focus state policy to reduce reliance on paying or transitioning or funding supports and providers who do sub-minimum wage. And so one of the recommendations of the transition work group was that Kansas needed to make the employment first mandate, which was passed 10 years ago, actually to make it happen, to make it an everyday reality, if you will. And so a subgroup of the work group met with KDADS to talk through the different recommendations that the work group made. I think our first meeting was at the end of January of this year, Jim, if I recall, where we went over all the recommendations. And then we met here recently in the last couple of weeks to prioritize of all those recommendations. Here's the top ones. And of course, one of the top ones on that list is having Kansas move away from some minimum wage, move away from shelter workshops, and move towards competitive integrated employment where people with disabilities are making at or above minimum wage, and really making prevailing wages or similar wages as anyone else. So if they're doing a job and that job normally pays $15, we want people with disabilities making $15. And so they were very receptive to that. They're currently working on different policy issues, different opportunities to advance that. And obviously that's an important issue for transition because we know for a fact that when kids transition to some minimum wage and become adults in some minimum wage jobs, many times they stay in those some minimum wage jobs for years and years. I've spoken at conferences before where, you ask how many people transition to a some minimum wage job after high school, and 20 hands will go up, and then you ask, all right, well, keep your hand up if you're still working at that some minimum wage job. Oftentimes, a huge percentage of those people are still working at those some minimum wage jobs, and many of them continue to work at those jobs 10, 20, 30, 40 years later. And so it becomes something of a trap where a person with a disability gets paid less than minimum wage, and then they get stuck there. Anything else, Jim, you wanted to add regarding our interactions with KDADS or some minimum wage?
No, I think you covered it well. Thank you.
Hey, Rocky, this is Marvin Miller.
Yes.
Hey, and since this involved transition and the sub-minimum wage, as you probably know this, I encountered this 2 weeks ago when I went to set up my Kansas Able account so my daughter can start saving some money. So if she ever does get a competitive job, she can save more than the $2,000. Evidently, the Kansas Able Act law does not quite meet federal guidelines if this individuals have guardianships over them. I'm assuming you're aware of that a little bit. I did talk with Tom Tracy in the state treasurer's department. Then Lynn Rogers contacted me too last week and says it needs to have a legislative fix. So that's probably going to be coming up next year. I just wanted people to know that because as a transition person, I've been pushing the ABLE Act, and I push alternatives to guardianship as well, but many of my students go ahead and get guardianship as well. But the ABLE Act does have some problem with the current guardian language in the state of Kansas. I know there's some workarounds, and you're probably aware of that, but I just wanted to let everybody else know that that's out there right now, and they don't have a fix for that yet. But it will become crucial to fix that as we move towards competitive wages.
Yeah, excellent point. And I know Mike Burgess at DRC, who's kind of been our lead on the ABLE accounts, has been working with the state treasurer's office. And so, yeah, it sounds like there's going to have to be some follow-up on that to ensure that the original intent of the Kansas legislation regarding able accounts, that intent is what actually happens. So, yep.
Any other questions or feedback for Rocky?
Rocky, Marvin again. I'll throw out one more thing. I know that supported decision making and some legislative helps and aids to that was on the table pre-COVID. I didn't hear much about it this legislative session. Is there any update on that?
Yeah, it passed out of the committee and it's gotten held up on the House floor. There were no amendments proposed, no controversy at the committee level, sailed out of there. And then after it passed on the committee, at the committee level, the Bankers Association weighed in and claimed that the bill had some negative impacts to the banking industry. And it's really disappointing because they've totally misread the bill. Key legislators, and we have pointed out how their issue is not really an issue in the bill. Essentially what they're saying is, well, with supported decision making, if someone who has a supported decision maker shares their password for their banking website, then we don't want to be held liable for the sharing of that password. And they were trying to treat people with disabilities differently. They wanted to apply this liability protection only to people with disabilities and only to those who have supported decision-making agreements. So if you're a person with a disability and you just happen to share your password, or you're just someone without a disability to share your password, currently under Kansas law, apparently there's no liability protection for banks. And as we explained it to them, supported decision-making has nothing to do with the supported decision maker having access to your banks. That's totally outside of the parameters of the policy. And so essentially they've tried to make something out of nothing. They've tried to say that they need to that they need this protection where the protection isn't needed. And in fact, if this protection was granted, this protection being banks would not have to have any liability if a person with a disability with a supported decision-making agreement shared their password, then that would truly be discriminating against people with disabilities. And our point to the bankers has been, well, if you want protection for people sharing their passwords, get that in law and have it apply to all people. Don't treat people with disabilities different. Don't treat those with supported decision-making agreements different. And they just haven't backed off of it. So we're still trying to work the committee, work the chair, work others to try to get this addressed. But thus far, it's been a real hang-up, unfortunately. I don't know if that addressed your question, Marvin.
Yeah, it does. Thanks for the update. I had not heard that, so I appreciate that.
So sorry I had to go in so much detail. It's one of those things where it is pretty detailed. So my apologies if it took too long to provide that info.
I think it's great information that I know we don't always get from other sources. So I really appreciate the time you took to provide everything, Rocky. All right, and it does say others on there. I put something in the chat. I just wanted to share a little bit on the others. Last year, I partnered with our school district partnered with KC to have a conference virtually. This year, I'm partnering with CASE, the national version, to have a conference virtually. I haven't announced it yet, really been working on it for months, but in a big district like I'm at, contracts take forever to get approved. But we're gonna have a conference with some fantastic nationally known speakers. And the real idea is to talk about why inclusion is important. So we're talking about efficacy and feelings of confidence, and then talk about how we can be more inclusive and how we can start removing some labels. And it's all very evidence-based, from research. So we've got several authors and wonderful folks that will be a part of that conference. When I have Case is going to start announcing the external advertising next Tuesday. I'll make sure I share that out in case anybody wants to join, because I think it'll be a great learning opportunity and it will be virtual. Are there any others that have a member update? All right, I think we're ready for KSDE updates.
Well, let's see if Laura is available again to go over a fact document with us.
I would be happy to.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah. Okay. So for some reason I was thinking it was linked here. It is not. I'll grab that link and I'll throw it into the chat here in just a minute. But just as we have along the way, our team put out a frequently asked question document right around the time that Navigating Next came out, and it's intended to parallel that. So as districts are moving into the spring, well, we're very much in the spring. We released this a couple of months ago, but as districts are in the spring and moving into the summer and thinking about next fall, those questions are particular to this time. And as with our past two frequently asked questions documents, the past two are still on our website and they're archived, and there's a number of questions that still apply. And then there's some questions that, because of the context of where we are right now, they no longer apply. But these are documents that we update continually as we're getting more questions from districts and from families. And what's just anecdotally, what's just been a little interesting about this particular document is the feedback we have received on it has been virtually non-existent. Whereas with the past two, oh my goodness, the questions from families and staff, understandably, just we were really overwhelmed with them. And we really are not currently. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that means that everyone's fine and they're trucking along. But as we get questions from districts and families, we're happy to update this document so that everyone can see our responses. And I'll get a link to that in the chat. Thanks, Bert.
Thank you, Laura. Next is our July Summer Leadership Conference. We have dates for that. It will be a virtual conference. It will be held on July 28th and 29th. We will offer the pre-recorded sessions like we did last year, and we'll also have live sessions. We're firming up the agenda. You are all invited to attend as SEAC members. So Pat will be working with you to send out information so that you can get registered. You'll see it right there for ksdetasn.org. If there's any registration fee, that KSDE picks that up for SEAC members is my understanding. Or Pat, do they have to pay it and then we reimburse?
They pay it and we reimburse. So
See,
I can't pay it, or I can't reimburse until following the conference. But all SEAC members are eligible to be reimbursed for the cost of registration.
Well, darn it. I keep trying to get it paid for them and shucky darn. If you want to attend, you just go ahead and you pay the registration, and any of your expenses that are related, you would submit on the form that Pat will send out to the members. So it'll be similar to when we used to have trainings and we used to meet at a location and had hotel costs and everything that went with it. And our agency is looking at allowing some of that to occur beyond the summer. So as we move into the fall, I know that we have several conferences already scheduled to be virtual. And I'm hearing from many people that they would like for it to stay virtual, especially those that are distanced from wherever we have our location of our training, because of the travel and logistics and childcare and those sorts of things. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic as we move out of the pandemic for those folk that really enjoy the virtual opportunity as well. And I don't know that we'll be able to offer hybrid. It depends on how we could get it videoed and transcribed, etc. But anyway, for this conference, it will be virtual. And my staff are updating the recordings from last year, or they are producing new ones. And then we'll have many live sessions for you all, and we will get that information out to you as quickly as we can. As soon as we get that conference information put together, you'll receive a brochure, and that will be coming to you as SEAC members. So we just want to make you aware of that. In the past, we had a mental health and a SEAC overlap, and we tried to do a luncheon, and of course we won't be having a luncheon, but at the same time, we do have school mental health invited to this as well. So it's an excellent opportunity for, especially for new members or those members that have been in their first term, to pick up information about what we deal with every day here at Kansas State Department of Education, and the information that we want to provide to the field relevant to the upcoming school year and deadlines. And we have calendar, and we'll go over legal issues, have a legal update. We always have information. It is a combined conference of ESEA, which is Elementary Secondary Education Act, also known as title programs. So we offer strands for the title program, and we will also offer strands for special education. But we highly encourage you, if you can work it into your schedule, to attend, because you will get a lot out of it as SEAC members, and it will define a lot of the things that we'll be talking about for the upcoming year. So we had that to share with you. And then I believe, Pat, we have some council member recognitions that we want to go over. So we want to really thank those members of SEAC that will be leaving us, because they have served their 2 terms, and that's all they're allowed to serve, darn it. But at the same time, you know, that's how this works. So Tina Gibson, Sarah Schaefer, and Deb Young, we want to thank you for your years of service, for supporting the state of Kansas in this special education initiative to support our students with disabilities. We can't thank you enough for the service that you've provided to the state and to the Special Education Advisory Council. We could all applaud, we could say, yoo-hoo, we could set off fireworks. I mean, we'd like to send you money, but that's not an option. So thank you for your volunteerism. And we really do appreciate what you've done to serve the state of Kansas. So thanks again. And then I think there's one more. Yes, we have Heath Piney for serving as the council chair. Now I want to tell you folks, when it comes to volunteering to serve the state and to serve your departments or your councils, whatever, it's encouraging to me that you have a gentleman like Heath Piney, who says, yes, I will stand up and serve as the Special Ed Advisory Council chair. And by the way, I'll also be the Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators chair at the same time, while I'm working on my doctorate, while I'm married with 3 children, while I'm taking a new position for USD 259 and trying to serve the elementary programs and the lifts that I'm given by my supervisor that go above and beyond that endeavor. So how he's still upright and walking and talking, I'm not sure. But Heath, we really appreciate your service to the state of Kansas, your service to Special Ed Advisory Council, your service as chairperson this past year, and the chair-elect, and going into the past chair position. We look forward to continuing to work with you on SEAC, and thank you for your service. Thank you very much. So lots of applause for Heath. Very much appreciated. Just great job that you've done and you continue to do to lead the state in so many ways, just like offering that combined case conference. I want to share with you that for those of you that aren't aware, years ago when you were a special education president like I was, in I think 1999 or 2000, or it's been a few years, you had to be a member of the Council of Administrators of Special Education. You had to be United School Administrators member. You had to be a Kansas Association of Special Education Administrators member. Those were our requirements to serve in any of our leadership roles. So we tried for years to increase the membership in the Council of Administrators of Special Education, which many states have. They don't have a CASE, they have a CASE. And that case serves as their representation for special education. Well, in our state, we had 12 members typically. And for years, I think the most we ever got up to was maybe 20. So he took it upon himself to really encourage special ed administrators to join CASE. And I can tell you that we have increased membership. I think it's over 70 now in the state. That's incredible. That is an incredible lift. And I would encourage the KC members to join. And I would tell them as liaison chair, the information you get from CASE is invaluable, the professional development. We couldn't get people to join. Heath and the team that has been working on this endeavor, they need all types of accolades. They've done a great job to increase that because now we have a federal presence within our special education environment and association with the national CASE, which is a branch of the Council of Exceptional Children. So it's a CEC subdivision is CASE. So thank you, Heath, for everything you've done and everything you're going to continue to do, because I know you're not going to sit in a rocking chair on the front porch and just say, well, I'm done now. So thank you. And then what else do we have on this, Pat? Because I know there's something else pending here, I think. What's on the next slide? Oh, council meeting dates. So we want to make you aware, get these on your calendar for next year. You'll notice in January, we're starting to move back to that in-person to be determined, but there's the really high potential, as long as this variant or as long as we're not looking at a huge influx in some other pandemic that's going to hit us, that we could be back to in-person come January of 2022. But for right now, our first 3 meetings would be virtual. So please get these dates on your calendar. And we look forward to working with you in the future as we continue the work of the Special Education Advisory Council. And I think you have one more, which I always like to end my presentations with, and that is keeping the main thing the main thing. So it's all about our children. It's all about serving the children of Kansas. And I know I try to keep this as my target. If you think of a target and you think of a wheel, you think of the spokes and you think of the hub, that center part, I always put the children in the center. Of course, they are the entire wheel, but I really want to focus on what I can do to support children. And here we're supporting children with disabilities. So we want you to see that these children all need to be recognized. They all need to be appreciated for their uniqueness. And where they have special needs, we need to make sure that we provide them not with a minimal program, but with the best program we possibly can here in the state of Kansas, because they're all worth it and they are our future. So I will turn it back now to Heath.
Thank you very much, Bert. And thank you for your kind words. I appreciate everybody on here that's volunteering to serve and to put in their time and effort to make Kansas a better place for students, and specifically in this case, students with disabilities. It takes a lot of effort from a whole team. I think it's all wonderful that you're here. That's all I have for you today. I appreciate your time. And at this point, we got items for next agenda meeting. Is there anything? I'm sorry, Pat got me with the slides. Appreciate that. Do anybody have any suggestions for items for the next agenda, for the next meeting on the agenda?
We picked up a couple here today, Heath. I think continuing that licensure, because you'll have a motion that you make. We need to give you feedback on that. Looking at the SPP APR, we will have an orientation in July. We usually have Wayne Ball provide that. So that's something that we would want to have on the agenda. I think we had some additional reports today. The TASN report, we said we'd have the survey information to provide that back to the group at the next meeting. And what have I missed? Is there any item that any member would like added to the agenda in July? Well, just let us know. Either let Heath know. I mean, he is the chair until we turn over the gavel in July. You can let Pat know. You can let me know. and we'll make sure that we consider it when we build the agenda. Shannon wants to know about the KCTC data. I think that's a great opportunity for SEAC to understand that Kansas Communities That Care survey that's done with students. And we do a lot with that with school mental health, but I think this is a good segue to provide an update on KCTC for SEAC as well. So just let us know.
Thank you, Bert. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
This is Tobias. I move we adjourn.
This is Carrie Wallace. I second.
There's several.
Got Tobias with the first, and we'll call it Carrie for the second, although I know Shelley was in there too.
Shelley.
We've got a motion and a second to adjourn. Pat, do you have a poll for this, or do we just want to raise our hand?
We can just call it completed at 2:07 p.m.
Sounds good. Sounds excellent. We've had a motion and a second to adjourn. Anybody opposed, say aye, but we're out of here because nobody's saying that. Have a wonderful rest of the week. Thanks for all you do.